3, 2, 1. Welcome. All right, my name is Jennifer Brown, and I'm the Director of Teaching and Learning at the Utah State Board of Education, and the one who invited you / made you come to this today. We're excited to have you. Those of you that are here for our Summer Institute for Standards Implementation Institute to be designers, will you raise your hand? I'm going to give you a purpose for why you are here today. Those of you here for Summer Institute, you are here because we are focusing on a pedagogical focus this year will be scaffolding, and Universal Design for Learning is a great approach to consider how we can scaffold instruction for students so that every student in the classroom has access to core instruction. Our job as teachers is to make sure that no matter where my students are coming into the content from, that they still have access to that content, and one really highly effective way to make sure they have content access is to scaffold for instruction. And so the principles that you will learn about today through Universal Design for Learning will really kind of help that approach. The intention is that you're going to embed UDL practices into your professional learning that you designed this summer to start modeling for teachers what it looks like to scaffold instruction, and then helping them to apply that into their own practice. So as you're watching and listening today with Nicole and Jennifer and engaging with your colleagues, be thinking about your own professional learning experiences and how embedding some of these principles into your work would be helpful, but then also those of you that are still in the classroom or have access to students thinking about how could have using these strategies help to get more students engaged, more students understanding, more students having comprehensible input so that they can access their content. Our job is to make sure kids have access to grade level content no matter where they are in their learning, and so how do we provide that? So as you kind of think about, you'll have a content focus, which your content folks will decide as you start working with your design teams. Most of you have not met as a design team. This is your kind of first, welcome to the Summer Institute planning. So just be kind of keeping that in mind. We're embedding these principles across all content areas. So we are running from physical education to English language arts to science and social studies and all the contents in between this summer. It is going to be saturating our teachers across the state. And we wanted to make sure that pedagogical focus is really strong across the content areas. So no matter what teacher of a content I am, I have strategies to help me to give greater access to my students. So be really intentional about thinking about how you might be able to weave these into professional learning practice, as well as part of our Summer Institute. You'll kind of model lessons, but the intention is not that we create lessons that people walk away with and teach, like we did back in the day of Core Academy. How many of you served in Core Academy days? Welcome, friends. I remember some of you. But back then, we here's 5 lessons. You're going to be great for the rest of the year. That doesn't work. What we'd like to do this time around is to demonstrate through model lessons, potentially, what it looks like, but then allow our teachers to bring their own materials to apply the strategies that we used in our lesson in whatever lesson they're planning. Because if we only give them 5 lessons, they have great 5 days of instruction. The other 175 may not be as great. We want to give them the strategies to make their own lessons great. And so we won't be providing the materials like we used to. We're going to say, bring your materials. Now we're going to model the strategies, the practices of our content, and help them to embed those into their own lesson planning. So as you kind of learn about Universal Design for Learning today, keep that in mind. How might you start embedding these? Take some good notes so when you actually do get to the design phase of the Summer Institute, you'll be ready. Any clarifying questions? I want to make sure I set you up for success. USBE staff, you are here. If we're going to train our designers to be able to do this, we need to model this through our own professional learning. So as you're offering professional learning to these educators, as well as the many others that we have in our state, we'd like to kind of start demonstrating this in our own practice. So you're welcome to join us today, and hopefully you'll get as much out of it as I went through this, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago. At Harvard, I got a whole week. You're going to get this kind of massive, intense in 2 days, but that's generally what they do, so they know how to do it well, so don't worry. And Jennifer and Nicole will kind of lead you through the next 2 days. This is your opportunity to get what you need to understand Universal Design for Learning. And we've got some great presenters with us today, so I'm going to hand things over if there are no questions about your purpose today. All right. Making sure.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am really excited to be here in Utah this morning, and I'm joined with another Jennifer, and she will introduce herself in a moment. I'm really excited, one, that you have clear weather. It's not too bad, it's not too cold, it's not snowy. Everyone here is very pleasant. We're ready to learn. As Jennifer mentioned, it is going to be an intense 2 days. It's an intense 2 days, and it's going to be intense not only on our part, but on your part. So there will be a lot of thinking. There may be a moment where your mind is like, woo. Can you hear me? Okay. Testing. Is it on? Is it not? It's not. Oh, my mic for the camera is on. The mic for the room. And I'm a little bit under the weather, so this is as loud as my voice is going to get on unamplified. Says on. We just changed the batteries.
New batteries for the.
Okay, this one?
The right one, yep.
Okay. I'm packing today. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, testing. Woo, all right. I wonder if it might be this mic. We just changed the batteries. Okay. Yes, please keep an eye or ear on that for me. All right, thank you. So I was just saying, welcome. This will be an intense 2 days because there is a lot to learn, and there may be a moment where you're like, whoa. But we have built in several reflection opportunities, and we've also built in several opportunities for you to participate, engage, and ask questions. So we're going to walk you through all those different engagement and response opportunities in a moment, but we would like to first start with who we are. So my name, let's see here. Here we go. And there we go. All right. I might be out of range a little bit. I have to go a little closer. So my name is Nicole Tucker-Smith. This is the one question that you will need to know, and it won't be an immediate answer to you. So you will need to know our names for the quiz at the end called the evaluation, and we'll write that down somewhere for you as well. But my name is Nicole Tucker-Smith. I am a member of the CAST National Faculty. What that means is that we do not reside in Boston. Neither Jennifer nor I live in Boston. I live in Baltimore, Maryland, and I do have the opportunity to travel around to different states, schools, districts to help others implement and learn about universal design for learning. So we, by trade, are practitioners. We're not necessarily the researchers at Harvard. We do interact with them, talk with them, learn from them. They give us materials. We continue to get updates from them, but we are more of the practitioner side of universal design for learning. And those are some of the core ideas that we're going to share with you today. In my previous, one of my previous lives, I was a teacher. I was also a middle school principal, and I was also a system-wide coordinator of professional development and training for Baltimore County Public Schools. And so I have a lot of experience in helping large districts, small districts, even private schools implement universal design for learning. But what I do in my current life is I'm the founder and CEO of LessonCast. So as a system-wide coordinator, I started to get a little bit frustrated with all this professional learning that we were learning here and not necessarily translating back at the schoolhouse or at the classroom level. So I felt like there was a lot of learning and not a lot of doing, and what happens in professional development shouldn't just stay in professional development. And so I founded an organization to help put it into practice, and it's through there that I met CAST. CAST said, hey, help us do that with universal design for learning. So I've been working with them for about 7 years now. So that is my information in case anybody tweets or is on Twitter. I am on Twitter, but I have a nasty habit of only retweeting. I am very bad at generating my own content, but I promise I will follow you if you tweet something about today's session. All right, Jennifer. So I think I'm going to have to pass my mic. I think we're just going to have to stand. Oh, yes, thank you. Forgot about that. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm from Kentucky. I work at the University of Kentucky right now. Obviously, I'm a CAST National Faculty member as well. I'm part of the UDL HE, meaning higher ed, UDL and higher ed network leadership team. There's a 3-member leadership team. I'm a former K-12 teacher. I taught in a school for students with specific learning disabilities. I have been an instructor of pre-service teachers. I was also at the Kentucky Department of Education, where I was the UDL and differentiation specialist. And then finally, right now, I work at the University of Kentucky, where I try to teach professors how to teach. Oh. Yikes. It's a little rough. It's a little rough. But it's good. And so I'm really, really excited to be here. I've never been to Salt Lake City. It is gorgeous. Like, I was coming in on the plane, and they're like, the landing gear thing came out, and I opened the window. I was like, oh my God, there's mountains everywhere. No idea. No idea. We have mountains in Kentucky, but not mountains like this. No. So thank you. I'm going to be operating sort of a back channel today. And I wrote it up here, but I realize now that no one can read that, so I'll probably rewrite one that's a little bit bigger.
And I'll show it on the next screen. Well, yeah.
Yes, so please, if you've got questions or snarky comments that you only want, the other people to be able to see, and maybe me, put those on the back channel, and I'll be happy to address those there. That way you don't have to be, if you're not this person that raises their hand, that's okay. Also, if you are on Twitter, I post things all the time on Twitter, both for K-12 and for higher ed folks that are about UDL. And I will be also following the hashtag CastPL page today, Cast Professional Learning. So if you want to take photos or have comments or shout outs to other people that are here today, you can put those on there as well.
Do you want to hold on to that?
I really do.
Okay. All right, great. And as Jennifer was mentioning, I hope, yes, you should be able to see it. In the top corner, that is the bit.ly link to the Utah SBOE back channel. With a group this size, there are some things that we would normally have people share, where usually everybody has an opportunity to share their goal out loud, that we would be here till lunchtime. So we're going to use the back channel link if you would like to share that with us. Also, if you noticed on your handouts, under the agenda, under welcome, there is a section that has this link to a Padlet. It's padlet.com/Nicole55/UDL resources. I was the 55th Nicole that signed up for Padlet, and they won't let me change my account name for some reason. But this Padlet will stay up for as long as Padlet stays in business. The one thing that will change after Wednesday is that in the first column, and I'll model this for you in a moment, in the first column, there is a place where you can download the slides for today, and tomorrow you'll be able to download the slides for tomorrow. So let me model that for you. If you go to the Padlet, this first column here, if you scroll down to presentation slides, it says please download by January 23rd. That's the one thing that will keep changing, because on the 23rd I'll be somewhere else, and it'll be somebody else's presentation. So you'll want to download that, and that has all the slides for today. If you want to follow along, take notes, try not to skip ahead because you'll ruin all the punchlines. So just use it for your information and to have another means of accessing the content. Also, for those of you who, because you're involved with other different design groups, content groups, you may, over the course of the next 2 days, talk with your colleagues. If you have a Padlet account, and it is free to have a Padlet account, you can actually remake My Padlet. So you can take My Padlet and remake it and select to keep the content, and it'll give you your own copy of all the things that are on it. So just try to maintain attribution. But you can do that as well in case you're worried that I might just delete everything and you don't have it. But we will be accessing a lot of resources over the course of the 2 days. Okay? And again, if you have any questions, you can feel free to, like if you're having trouble accessing something's not working for you, if you put a note in the back channel, we will circulate and come around and assist you. We'll also be posting additional resources there as well. All right, let's talk about our goals for today. On day one of the UDL introduction, we start by exploring how UDL addresses the challenge of learner variability. So how do we meet all the needs of all our variable learners? And we'll start with understanding a few core concepts, which are really important to understand those core concepts before we even dive into the UDL guidelines. We'll also then take a deep dive into this framework, the UDL framework, its principles and its guidelines. And then we'll observe a few examples of UDL in action. We'll talk about what UDL looks like. We'll see what it looks like. We'll be able to create some of our own definitions and understandings of UDL. Then tomorrow, we're going to focus more on the how we integrate it into lesson planning, how you can, if you're not a lesson planner, how you can integrate it into providing professional development. So many of you are going to be leaders you're going to be designers in the Institute. So how can you take what you learned and use those strategies as you're modeling UDL, not necessarily teaching UDL, but modeling UDL in the Summer Institute. So tomorrow we're really focusing on the how. Today we're focusing on the why and the what. And we found that it's really important to go in that order. But along the way, we'll definitely be giving many concrete examples that you can take away. So those are our goals for the course of the 2 days. And even though Jennifer also gave you your purpose, we recognize that it's important for you to be able to set your own purpose as well. So we want to give everyone 2 minutes to just think about, jot down, what are your goals for today's session? We have classroom teachers, we have administrators, some of you have a content area focus, some of you have a designer focus, some of you are like, well, you know what, this is what I came to do today. So take 2 minutes, jot down your goals for today's workshop, today and tomorrow. And then in a moment, you'll be able to share them with your neighbor. We won't hear everyone's, but you'll be able to share them with your neighbor. And if you feel comfortable, you can also put them in the back channel. So take 2 minutes on your own, and then you'll have a few moments to talk with your colleagues. Okay, once you're ready, you may share your goal with your neighbor, compare goals. You can also put them on the back channel if you feel comfortable. If you see a good one to share, let me know.
A good one?
A good one, yeah. I'll have like 2 people share out. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna, this is kind of a weird setup. Excuse me, sorry. It's hard to get through. Good, how are you?
Yes, I am a math because that would be a huge part of it. It's not.
quite understand the back channel that you were talking about.
Okay. So if you go to that link, bit.ly/Utah SPOE, what it is just a Google Doc where if you don't want to like raise your hand and say things out loud, you can just type in questions there.
Okay.
It depends on if that's how you feel more comfortable. Some people don't want to share out loud.
Okay, which one is the
So this is where we have a lot of the resources, but this
I open it.
Yep.
It's right here.
Yep, so you can have that. And if you
But you said the Google Doc. Is there a link here somewhere?
So this is the presentation.
Yeah, I got the presentation.
Yep. And then if you just no, go ahead and can you just open a new tab? There we go. Now type in BIT.
BIT.
.ly.
I'm sorry.
.ly. /Utah with a capital U.
Capital U.
TAH. And then capital S, capital B.
Capital S, capital B.
Capital O, capital E, and hit enter. So now here, if you want, you can add questions, comments. If you don't, it's such a big group rather than raise your hand out loud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a shared document.
Yes, shared document. Thank you.
I was like,
It is a shared document. I will clarify that for everybody too.
So, and I thought that was pretty cool. We did that white, yeah. We talked about that, talked about the summer conference, talked about the website, talked about. Sorry, and then we got
Oh, okay.
So it was good. It was a really good meeting.
How do you integrate social science concepts?
All right. Take about 30 seconds to conclude your conversations. Take about 30 seconds. All right. Well, those look like very pleasant conversations, so hopefully you're excited about today. Are there a few of you who want to share with the whole group? Anybody who wants to share with the whole group? It's much more likely we'll make sure we achieve your goal if you do. Yes. Go ahead.
So I'm excited to see what the correlations are with social emotional learning, which
Okay.
was a really big conversation at the governor's
Okay.
education conference last week, which is no two brains work alike, learn alike. So what are the kinds of ways you can differentiate instruction? So
Absolutely. Okay, so great. So we want to make sure we're talking about how this relates to social emotional learning, where there's some overlap. Obviously, there are two different categories, but it sounds like that's already part of the state conversation. Great, excellent. And we will talk a lot about engagement, how emotions related to cognition, and some specific strategies around there, and how UDL addresses that specifically. Anyone else? One more?
Share one from the back channel also real quick while you're going to the next person. So we got one that says deepen understanding of UDL, and then another one is identify how to model UDL in PD sessions.
Great. All right.
We also talked about engagement and then just giving students choices so they feel like they're more, we want it to be student driven so that they are engaged and they're producing things that they're excited about. And we want to model how we can help teachers do that in their classrooms.
Excellent, excellent. So how we're able to help give choices to increase engagement, also hopefully to deepen their learning, right? And we'll talk a lot about options and choices and what does that mean towards developing expert learners. Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. And also, I want to add a few things. I had to clarify what the back channel is. So the back channel is really just a shared Google Doc. Okay, so it's a shared Google Doc that if you do not necessarily feel comfortable participating out loud, or if just in a group of this size, there's a question you want to ask and it's not necessarily going to be effective for you to say it out loud, you can ask it there and we will be able to circle back to it much more easily. So that's what the purpose is of the back channel. Also, lastly, if you haven't written your name on your little plastic, your name tat, your name, what is it? Tint, your name tint? Yes, thank you. If you haven't written your name on using one of the dry erase markers, Write your name on the name tent, please. That would be so helpful for us because we prefer to call everyone by their name. All right, thank you. Okay, so now we start with the goals for a real important reason. Because UDL really starts with the why we're doing this. The why are we engaging in this work? Why are we learning about UDL? And it's important to recognize that everyone brings their own why. We have our own why as we approach this work in learning in general. And so as we discuss over the next few moments this morning, the why behind UDL, I have a question for you. Okay. How many people here have either currently drive or have ever driven a vehicle? I didn't see too many buses. You do have a nice system up to the mountains. Yeah. Okay, all right, great. So you've driven a vehicle. So now, how many of you have had the pleasure of sharing a vehicle with another person? Okay, sharing a vehicle. All right, so let's imagine it's this morning, it's Tuesday morning, it is cold, you get in the car, somebody else drove it last night. What's the first thing you do?
Change the seat.
Adjust the seat, adjust the mirrors, check the gas, the heat, the radio station, right? There's lots of things that are adjustable in a car, right? Because even if that person is the same height as you, they may not have the same leg length as you or torso length as you. And so many of you said the first thing, your automatic gut reaction is, I need to adjust the seat because I know it hasn't been sized for me. Because what happens if we're in a car and we can't adjust the seat? And it's not right for us. Right, it's hard to drive. It's not safe to drive. It may be impossible to drive. And if it's impossible for you to drive, you are now locked out. How far you can go, how safely you can go, you are locked out of that experience. And so what UDL does is it now says classrooms are our vehicles for learning. And if classrooms are our vehicles for learning, what's adjustable in our classrooms so that students can be the drivers of their learning? So that students can travel as far or as fast or as slow as they need to in order to safely arrive to their learning goals, their destination.
Definitely not the heat.
Definitely not the heat. Yes, definitely not the heat. I taught in Baltimore City schools and Baltimore County schools, and yeah, the heat was an ongoing battle, and it does wonders to really mess with the learning experience. And now what UDL does is it helps us to answer that question. This question of how do we design a vehicle, our classroom learning vehicle, how do we design a classroom learning vehicle with options to meet the needs of all our learners? That's what this framework does. And when you think about car designers, they don't design a car and say, woo, that thing we did in 2015, that was it, that was the ultimate, we're done. Right? Cars have changed a lot. And car designers are always going through the design process to think about how they can provide additional options or make things safer. And so the framework helps us to answer this question. How do we design a vehicle with options to meet the needs of all our learners? Now, you'll find over the course of the 2 days that we talk a lot in metaphors. Cast really likes metaphors. One of the reasons, since you all are going to be modeling some of this, one of the reasons we use metaphors is because it does help to break down barriers. It does help to minimize the threat. Because we're talking about teaching. And most people do not go into teaching for the money. Right? We go into it because we care about our students. We want them to learn. And teaching is personal and it's emotional work. And we want to make sure that we have a safe space to learn about it and come into this with a growth mindset. So here's another metaphor for you. Here's a question. How is UDL like bowling? I don't know how many of you have seen this video from Shelley Moore. But we're going to take a look at some of her words about how UDL is like bowling. And in this video, she talks about aiming for the edges to teach to variability. Aiming for the edges to teach to variability. So as we watch this video, it's only about 2 minutes, think to yourself, what does that mean? What does that mean to aim for the edges to teach to variability? What does it mean in this metaphor? And then what does it also mean in my daily practice? All right. Okay, so my computer does not, for some reason, want to recognize the HDMI sound, so we're going to go old school, and I'm going to hold the mic to my speakers. All right.
In our classrooms, which still segregates students by ability, especially students with developmental disabilities. There's a gap in our understanding about what we know inclusive education to be philosophically versus what we understand and the importance of understanding inclusion in our practice. This is the question I'm trying to answer in my research, is how can we find the value in the day-to-day practice in our classrooms in terms of inclusive education? So how am I going to explain this to you? Now I can sit here and try and describe this, or we can have a little bit more fun. Why don't we go bowling? So let's talk about bowling. You have 10 pins, you have 2 balls, and you have a lane. The goal is to knock down as many pins as you can. But if you don't get them all, it's okay because you have another chance. But when I bowl and roll the ball down the middle and I don't knock them all down, what often ends up happening to me is that there's 2 pins left standing on either end and they stare at you. It's the 7-10 split, and it's the hardest shot in bowling. How is bowling like teaching? The ball was the lesson, the pins are the kids. We aim for the middle, we do the best we can. The pins that are left standing, we often have another chance to kind of get to them, but at the end of the day, those 2 pins that are staring, looking at you, are kids who need the most support and are kids who need the most challenge. So we end up choosing one, and the other one is left standing. I just took all the fun out of bowling. Now, I don't know how many times you've watched professional bowling, but I spent an afternoon watching professional bowling, and let me tell you, there was not one bowler who rolled that ball down the middle of the lane. They throw the ball down the lane at a curve. And I was actually really curious about this, so I called up a professional bowler. He was so excited. I don't think he gets a lot of calls about education. He said the reason why the ball has to enter at a curve is because you will knock down more pins and create a bigger domino effect if you enter at that angle. But in order to do that, you have to change your aim. In order to knock down the most pins with one shot, he aims for the pins that are the hardest to hit. Now let's just let this sink in for a second. We are taught to teach the head pins. We are not taught to teach to the kids who are the furthest and the hardest to get to. The kids with autism, the kids with Down syndrome. The part that's critical here, and it really aligns with Universal Design for Learning, is that so often the supports that we design for those kids on the outside of the lane are actually supports that all of the kids need. This is the part we need to understand if inclusive education is going to move forward in Canada. How can we find this value of diversity in our classrooms between the students? This is not just important for the outside pins, but it's critical for every single one of us. And just think, all we need to do is change our aim. Look how bowling changed education.
All right. Now, all of the videos that we will show over the course of the 2 days are also on the Padlet. So they're the last row in case you want to share that with any of your colleagues who are not here today. So take a moment to just think about what resonated with you in that video. And if you don't mind doing a little turn and talk with those who are near you and discuss this question: how's UDL like bowling? What does this mean in terms of aiming for the edges to teach to variability? Take about 2 minutes at your tables. A bottle is, if you're short, is this it's extra?
I brought it from my car. So
Oh, no. I brought one with me. It's okay.
oh, you're good.
Okay, all right, thank you. How many exactly?
I was telling my husband because I was
if anybody wants to contribute. So I'll.
Okay. You want me to run around and get them?
Oh, actually, yeah, you want to do that part. Because I just realized it's really hard to get anybody who's not in the front row. It's like hard to get through. Okay, take about 30 seconds to wrap up. All right, thank you. I love how there's a second clock on the back wall. I can literally see the seconds go by. So, so what do you all, does anyone want to share what kind of stood out to you, what resonated with you in terms of that metaphor? And we have a microphone that'll come to you if you want to share.
So just the whole concept, what's good for the outer edges is good for all.
Great, great. And that's one of the essential core concepts that we're going to dive deeper into. Thank you. And that's also one that tends to resonate really well with teachers because the idea of doing one for each is very overwhelming. But if we think about the edges, how can we design something that's more universal?
I'm a gutter ball puller.
Me too. I had the same reaction. I was like, I aim for the middle because it goes in the gutter. Go ahead.
So just one thought is like, I'm okay with getting a gutter ball if my intention's right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're gonna go for that harder,
yes,
you probably can get more gutter balls because you're not aiming down the middle. And you may get less strikes, but if your intention's right, eventually you get better.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that because I had the same reaction. I was like, I aim for the middle because I get the gutter. But this is very important when we think about creating safe spaces for educators to take risks. So I don't know if you have duck pin bowling out here. No? Okay. So duck pin bowling is when you're trying to learn how to do the whole curve, they put up bumpers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't, so you're learning how to do the curve without the threat of going into the gutter, and then eventually you're building up, you're intentionally practicing, but you also have safe supports. So you have to think about what are our safe supports, and that might be forming communities to work together and reflect, because guess what? There will be a few gutter balls. But it's okay because we're going in with intention, we're going in with purpose, and we're going in with a growth mindset. So I really appreciate you sharing that, Brady. Maybe one more. Mm-hmm.
So the successful strike depends on the interaction between the pins. Mm-hmm. And successful teaching depends upon the interaction between the students and the meaning that they make with each other.
Yes, yes, and that's, I can't see her name. Kathy, thank you for sharing that, Kathy. Because the ball only hits a few pins, right? But all the pins hit each other. So we will talk also about the purposeful interactions between students. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so I think that actually was one more. Somebody over here raised their hand early on. Did you want to share? Carrie? Let Carrie share. She's actually one of the early brave volunteers.
My first thought was it's really hard to throw a curve pin. Because it takes a lot of skill to do that. But if you, and I was thinking about intentional planning, but if you eventually gain all of that skill and planning and do that ahead of time and put that in, eventually that will pay off.
Yes.
Time after time, and you will start to throw a lot of strikes. And that just, again, takes time, and then you develop that talent. And so it's worth it, kind of just like what Brady said.
Yes, thank you, Carrie. It is an investment up front in terms of time. It does require expertise. You don't walk up to a bowling alley throwing curveballs, right? So it takes time. And part of the goal of UDL is to develop expert learners. The goal of UDL is to develop expert learners among students, and that also means developing ourselves as expert learners. And so if you take a look at the framework here, it spells out the goal of UDL right across the bottom as a reminder for us. The goal of UDL is to develop expert learners who are purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, and strategic and goal directed. And so that's continually reinforced in the framework, and you'll hear it as a recurring theme in our core ideas. So there it is, just in case you want to see it. It's down here on the bottom. Expert learners who are purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, strategic and goal-directed, and each is aligned with one of the 3 purposes, which we will explore over the course of the 2 days. So that's kind of the why behind UDL. But we're going to take it another step further by talking about some of the UDL core concepts. Because this framework, if you dive straight into the framework without understanding the core concepts, you might actually end up going backwards, right? Because you might see this as a to-do list, a checklist, and you're going one, and you're trying to do all the things, and that's actually not how this was intended to be used. And so we start with talking about the UDL core concepts first. And in order to explore these core concepts, we're going to do an activity. We're going to change it up a little bit given the size of the room. So instead of finding your puzzle mates, I put a puzzle in your general vicinity already. So it was going to be too hard for you to try to find your puzzle mates. But if you ever do this activity later, I color code the back to give people a little clue on how to find their puzzle mates. It's meant to be a movement activity, but we're a little bit constrained with this table configuration. And I have a few extras in case you don't have any at your table, but you're going to have to move a little bit. You will have to move a little bit after I give the directions, because there's one for about like 2 or 3 tables, so you'll have to gather. And in case you need some more, I'll bring them out. But I'm going to go ahead and explain the directions. So you're going to find who near you has a puzzle. And together, you're going to put the puzzle together. And step 2 is to ask yourselves, what picture is formed? What picture is formed? They're all a picture of a cartoon. They're all a cartoon. And you need to ask yourselves as a group, what core UDL or educational idea does this cartoon convey? And then the last step is to write a synthesis statement for your picture, and you'll be able to share this synthesis statement with the whole room. So it's multi-step, so the directions will be up there, because by the time you get to number 2, you can be like, what's the next step? So that's why these are here for your reference, but I will also be circulating. Are there any questions? Can we get one down here? Yes, I will bring one down here. Yep, I have a few extras, because I wasn't sure how everybody was going to sit. All right, so step 1, go ahead and find your puzzle mates. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else has a puzzle? Do you all have a puzzle? Oh, that's okay. That's tight. Oh, you know what? Rather than have you all, here, use these. This one's missing one, but it's missing one piece. It got hijacked somewhere, but you can figure out what the picture still means. So yes, you want to use these. Yep. You know what? If you all, so you don't have to like try to.
Oh,
You're okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, all right. Oh, perfect. I thought ahead.
Are these the core ideas?
Say it again?
Are these the core ideas? We're unsure where we find the core ideas.
So you don't have the core ideas yet.
So how do we answer the question?
So it's whatever you think. What do you think it might be describing? What do you think might be the educational idea? Which one did you have?
One size fits all with the snake.
Okay, yes. So what do you think might be an educational idea? An educational
The
idea.
bowling slide as well. Because like, how does this represent? Well, for those of us,
There you go. Sometimes that's it.
those of us that don't know UDL, how do I answer that question?
So it's any, like, what does your gut say that this is saying about education?
I guess I'm a little frustrated that we haven't looked at anything about it. Those of us that know nothing about it, we're getting questions that we can't really answer about UDL because we haven't learned.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So part of what this
So I must
activity
be
doing.
on the 7 or the 10, but I don't feel like the 8 is aiming for me.
So part of what this activity is doing is helping you construct knowledge. So there's not actually a right answer. So when you look at this cartoon, this is the one you have.
Thought maybe it was like
There's not a right
what
answer.
you threw. A kid that can't answer a question.
Yeah. So I should have said up front, there's no right or wrong answer. It's not a right or there may be some like questionable answers, but there's no right or wrong answer. And so it's like, what do you think this is trying to convey? What do you think this is trying to convey?
Oh, this is what this is on the tablet I downloaded. Or whatever. I cannot type. Can't type.
An educational idea. No, I don't know what for.
You don't know them yet.
So how do I answer?
Yeah. So what educational idea do you think this conveys?
I mean, download the notes.
Are we sharing these with you? Sorry.
You're going to share them in a minute.
Yes.
So keep in mind, there is no single right answer. You're just coming up with an idea this is trying to describe. An idea. Okay, in the next 2 minutes, solidify a synthesis statement. Solidify a synthesis statement and choose a spokesperson. And once you have a spokesperson elected and they know that they are the spokesperson, you can return to your seats and just put the puzzle pieces back in the baggie. Just put the puzzle. Oh yeah, they can do that because I'll hear because there's multiple versions of each one.
Okay.
So we'll
I'm
hear.
trying to type as they talk, and I'm not super fast.
Okay. Good. Okay. Maybe they can type them in there, but they can also. We'll hear from one from each picture. Yeah, that'd be great.
And so then it turned into a biology lesson. Yeah. But then you really some science in it. Yeah. That's awesome.
All right, one more minute. Going once. All right. All right, thank you for going with us on this journey. I know it seems a little bit of a stretch, but we will all get there together. So this is our first picture. For those of you who did not have this picture, take a moment to take a look at it. You'll notice it's a one-size-fits-all store that is having a sale. It's got some extra inventory, and there are 4 potential customers who feel like they just don't fit and won't necessarily be able to find anything for them if they go inside. So let's hear, there were a few groups that had this picture. Is one of the groups, are you willing to shout it out for us? Yes, please. Can you, you can shout, okay.
Okay, so the idea was that it's not one size fits all, it's one size fits one. That's something we talk about in instructional coaching a lot, but that also the idea is that you can't have every single size. So even though it's one size fits one, there's no way to have enough options that are flexible and stretchy, really.
Oh, yeah. Options that are flexible and stretchy. I like it. Yes, options that there is no one size that fits all. So can we have options that are flexible and stretchy? Very nice. Very nice. All right. Now we're going to circle back. Oh, is there another person who wants to share this one? Yes, please.
I was thinking that if you want one size to fit all, if you don't have those objects that are flexible and stretchy, then your repertoire is very limited.
Very limited.
You can do a scarf.
Yeah, exactly. One size, one scarf might fit everybody. Exactly. Not even a hat store, because that everybody has different size heads, right? All right. So now, if your group wants to add to this, you can add to the back channel as well. We're going to circle back to this picture. You'll see it come up again. But here is another one, and I'll read the dialogue in case you can't see it. So we have a diptych here, 2 pictures. In one case, on the you see your left, the flower is withering, and then it's blooming on the right. And the quote says, "When a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower." One of the groups that had this picture, what's your kind of core idea? What's your synthesis statement for this? Yes, please.
So we said, we kind of were talking about the cycle that happens where teachers will teach and figure out that some of the students didn't get it, and then go back to the drawing board and try to fix the situation. So we were talking about focusing on intentionally planning lessons ahead of time that will foster or create the best environment for all our flowers or all of our students, instead of trying to force our students to be the ones that change to fit our direction.
Yes, instead of forcing the students to change, think about what we can change in the environment. Very nice. All right, so we'll circle back to this as well. Let's hear now from the group that had, this is a cartoon that is used a lot to describe UDL. And there's a young man in a wheelchair who says, "Could you please shovel the ramp?" The custodian says, "All these other kids are waiting to use the stairs. When I get through shoveling them off, then I will clear the ramp for you." And the young man says, "But if you shovel the ramp, we can all get in." Now, the groups did not have this bottom part. That would have been a synthesis statement. No, we didn't give you that. That part wasn't there. So what synthesis statement did you all come up with? One of the groups wants to share?
Well, we didn't have that ending, but it's basically what was said in our group is we put, providing an entry point for lesser abilities provides an entry point for everyone.
For everyone. Clear as a ramp for everyone. And we'll talk about that because we want to think about it in terms of where we want to broaden our idea of abilities. And so we'll talk about that idea too, of how we think about how we broaden our idea of aiming for the edges to clear a path for everyone. And then second to last, sorry. Again, this group did not have these words. All right, so they just had the pictures, which is a triptych here. This picture is often, or these 3 pictures, so usually you'll see 2 of these pictures to talk about equality versus equity. UDL has a 3rd picture here where now we're not rearranging boxes, but we've taken a look at the fence itself. So let's hear from the groups. Yes, please, Jessica.
Yeah. So we said that the first picture is kind of like how we do normal instruction, same thing for everyone. And then the second picture is kind of how we added the supports as needed. It has to be after the fact and in addition to. But number 3 is that if we design with the goal in mind from the beginning, that everyone will be able to access it, then we don't need this.
Right, you might not need the supports. Now, important to note, this does not mean that we don't have to provide accommodations. That would be illegal, right? So we still need to do that. But in some cases, the students may not even necessarily need to use the accommodations because the barrier, the systemic barrier itself has been removed. So that's something to keep in mind. All right, last picture. I just always say that as a former principal, you still need to do the IEP. You still must do that. You still must do that. Okay. All right, this is the last picture. We have a very diverse classroom here, very, very diverse. And all the way from a monkey to a bird, a penguin, an elephant, a fish, a seal, and a dog. And the teacher says, for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb that tree. So somebody who had that picture, what did you come up with as a synthesis statement? Yes, please, if you don't mind shouting.
Something about planning assessments intentionally will not stop everyone from getting into the tree. In other words, just making sure that when you're planning assessments, so many times teachers just grab the assessment that came, not even realizing what kind of piece every child needs differently, or what intentional planning you need to make for very specific needs. Those are all lost in just grabbing an assessment off some website or some other thing that doesn't really match your instruction.
Grabbing an assessment that doesn't really match our instruction. That's huge because we're not necessarily paying attention to then who we're leaving out, right? And so this is an important picture to consider for the first core idea that we're going to talk about. And you mentioned a few words about being intentional in what we're assessing. Being intentional in what we're assessing, and that's important. So if you look at this, I call it the classroom of the absurd. Okay, this is an absurd classroom, right? We wouldn't say that this is any room that we've walked into necessarily. So go with me for a moment in this absurd classroom. What do you think the teacher here is trying to assess? If our assessment isn't aligned, if our goal isn't aligned to the assessment, what is it that this teacher might be trying to assess?
We talked a little bit about maybe the content has bias in it. So if it was movement or exercise, the bias was he likes climbing trees and that's the way to exercise, but there's a lot of different movements of these creatures.
Right, so if the teacher's trying to assess movement or agility, right? Tree climbing is one way to show agility, but it's not the only way to show agility. And in this case, the fish is locked out of that. So unless the goal is actually to assess tree climbing, this is not a valid assessment because some of the classmates cannot fully participate. And so this is a classroom of the absurd, but now let's go to a more realistic objective. So let's say the objective is to write a paragraph to explain the stages of butterfly metamorphosis. What is the goal here?
Well, it could be writing.
Could be writing. Could be
knowing science.
Could be the stages of butterfly metamorphosis.
Sequencing.
Could be sequencing. It is unclear what we're trying to measure in this objective. Now let's say our objective is that students will be able to explain the stages of butterfly metamorphosis. Let's just focus on the stages of butterfly metamorphosis. Now, how could we be more flexible in the means? More flexible in how they show the stages of butterfly metamorphosis?
Interpretive dance.
Interpretive dance is an option. Now, some might be like, ooh, I love it. I'm a dancer. I would love it. Somebody else might be horrified. You want me to what? In front of who? Right? So that's an option. It's a great option, interpretive dance. What's another option? Draw it.
Make a video, make a slide presentation.
Make a video, slide presentation. Right? They can tell you, right? So there are lots of options.
Write a song.
You can write a song. But if our only option is to write a paragraph, there might be some students who could tell you way more than you would ever want to know about the stages of butterfly metamorphosis who are not going to feel comfortable putting that into a paragraph. And that takes us back to this classroom. This picture, I believe, was designed to illustrate a quote from Albert Einstein. Everybody is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. And so the first, and I think probably one of the most important core concepts, is that in order to keep some of our students from feeling like fish, being told to climb a tree, the first thing is we need to be clear on our goals and then flexible in the means. We need to be clear on our goals. What are we really trying to have students be able to know? and then flexible in the means. Yes, Robert.
So the only challenge is making sure you're not implying that it's not important for kids to learn how to write a paragraph.
Oh, absolutely not.
Right?
I was a writing teacher, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that's the thing where it's like, all right, get clear about that. You're not
Yes.
like, I mean, for me, I'm not saying you need to get clear about it.
No, this is very, very important. You were actually a few slides ahead, and that's okay.
Sorry.
So, for example, let's go back. Let's say our goal was to write the paragraph. What are some options?
Change the subject.
You can change the topic.
Change the fiction or nonfiction.
Right. So maybe let's even be more specific. Let's say it was an informative or an explanatory paragraph. So we'll just say it has to be informational, right? But you can still pick the topic, right? You could also provide some scaffolding. Sentence frames. Graphic organizers. Right? What'd you say?
Speech to text.
Speech to text. So for example, we can even think more broadly about that term write. Maybe it means compose. Compose a paragraph where we can use the speech to text, and then students can manipulate the words. So I just wrote a book. It's going to be published through CAST on February 14th. My book's coming out. I'm so excited. And most of my writing actually happened, I'm not going to say I was driving, but I was doing other things and talking into my phone, right? I'm like, I have an idea. I'm talking into my phone. I'm not calling anybody, but I'm talking in my phone and then later sorting through the gobbledygook, right? So that's another way. If you were to poll all the different writers, not everybody writes the same way, right? So there's lots of different ways. And so when people ask about, and I'm just going to skip ahead real quick and then I'll come back, when I get asked about, well, if my goal is to write a paragraph, I can't have them tell me the paragraph, but I can have them use digital tools to compose their ideas. And I'm going to come back, but I wanted to, while we're talking about it, when we're talking about flexible means, first get clear on your goal. That's number one, get clear on your goal. Flexible means can be providing options in the product or options in the path. Right? So maybe it's a different products in order to show the stages of butterfly metamorphosis, or maybe it's different paths in order to write a paragraph. So flexible means doesn't just mean a song or a paragraph or a picture. The flexible means can also mean the path, it can mean the scaffolds, it can mean the supports to get there, okay? And this one's really essential, so if you have questions, please feel free to ask them or put them in the back channel, because we want to make sure we answer all those questions, because this is really where, when somebody says, where do I get started with UDL? I say, get clear on your goal. The very first thing, whether you're designing a professional development session or you're designing a lesson, what is your goal? And we'll talk about, because that's a trickier question than you would think. So for example, when you're clear on the goal, it's a lot of nuances to that. For one example, when New Year's comes around, this time of the year, the gyms are a lot more crowded than usual. People will say, my goal for 2020 is to exercise more. The truth is, I don't know anybody whose goal is to actually exercise more, right? You have another goal. Your goal might be to lose weight. Your goal might be more physically fit. Your goal might you want to have more energy, right? You have some real goal, and exercise is a way to get there. Now, depending on what your goal is, that's going to determine which options are actually going to help you get to your goal. There are a lot of exercise options, but only some of those options might actually get you to your goal. For example, for a long time, I used to exercise for the goal of maintaining my wardrobe. I liked my clothes. I didn't want to, if something got too tight, I knew I needed to go back to the gym. That's how I decided. And so I determined what exercises I would do based on which ones would keep my waist the same size. Then about 5 years ago, I went and the doctor was like, oh my gosh, your blood pressure is off the chart. What are you doing? Are you exercising? I'm like, what are you talking about? I exercise 5 days a week. I'm a member of a dance company. I do all these things. He was like, well, you need to do more high interval training, that HIIT stuff. He was like, if you wanted to at all impact your blood pressure. And I said, oh, I have a new goal. Used to be that my goal was to maintain my wardrobe. Now my goal is to live. Now my goal is to live, so the options that I'm going to choose from are going to be very different. If I didn't recognize that my goal shift and I needed to look at different options, I would not be working towards my goal, which would have very poor consequences for me. All right? So you have to be very crystal clear on what your goal is, because that's what dictates your options. It is not helpful to just have students have a bunch of options. That is not helpful. We have to choose our options based on what might help them achieve the goal. So that said, there are a few ways to do that. So we're not going to watch this video, but it's here for your reference. This is a nice video for high school, and it talks about using choice boards. Choice boards are pretty common in elementary schools, but I think it's important to think about what does that mean for more of our secondary learners as well. And one of the things they talk about with choice boards, in this case, it's an interdisciplinary unit. The students have 9 options. They have to choose 3 of them, but there is one rubric. There's one rubric because they're clear on the goal and the success criteria for meeting that goal. So when you're doing options, it's not that you want to have a rubric for each option. It's one rubric, and then all of your options are different ways for students to demonstrate mastery according to that rubric. And that's really important. And this goes all the way through college. I do a lot of workshops with community colleges. And when I go to the college, I'll tell them to send me a few of their syllabi in advance. And I'll get a syllabus. There was a social work course. I'm looking at the syllabus, and the students had to create a poster to explain some of the core ideas around a social work issue. And half the points were around the poster design.
Nice.
How many times are we grading on neatness, right? And so we have to really think about, what are we trying to measure? Our rubric should be clear on our goals, and how we assign points should be clear on our goals. Another way, if you don't like tic-tac-toe, you can also do learning menus, where students can choose a few. They have a choice in terms of appetizer, entree, maybe desserts are optional. Okay, so that's another way to offer choice. Again, all of these are clear methods, or clear paths, clear options to achieving the goal. And then lastly, I worked with some math teachers. They would have the same 6 options all year, and they would say, okay, today you have to do half the pie. And then for another assignment, depending on what the goal was, they needed to choose a third of the pie. Okay? So there's different ways to do this. So now it's going to be, I've done enough talking, so now it's going to be your turn. At your tables, you all have, somewhere in your vicinity, you may have to turn around, and maybe people behind you, but somewhere in your vicinity there are a deck of checking for student understanding cards. These are 55 different ways that teachers can check for student understanding, because sometimes you just need a few ideas. And so what you want to do is each person just take 5 cards. You're going to look at your hand and select one of the cards to share with the group, like, oh, I like this card. This could be a different way for teachers. This could be a new option that teachers could add to their repertoire to help students have a new way or a different way to show their understanding. And this is really just meant to help teachers get more ideas, to broaden different ways that they can check for student understanding. So everybody take 5 cards, take a moment to look at your hand, and then share your favorite card with those near you. And we're going to take about 4 to 5 minutes for this activity. All right, Padlet. Yes. So these 55 different ways to check for understanding, they are on the Padlet. There'll be a point where I'll kind of show you where everything is, but you can also find it, I believe it's under Tools and Strategies. There's a Tools and Strategies column, and if you just scroll down, it is a PDF, and you can download the PDF. You can also tweak it, you can adjust it. Sometimes I'll hear teachers say, our students don't pass notes anymore, they text, so change for the words, The idea is there's different ways that we can check for student understanding. And you'll notice that there are different categories. Some of them are comprehension checks, and some of them are metacognitive in nature. Right? Like one of my favorites is, describe a muddy moment. When were you confused? Right? That's one of my favorite ones, because I was trying to get my middle schoolers just to recognize that they were confused. Like, no, you don't understand right here. And I need you to develop that, that level of thinking about your thinking. Or there's one, describe 3 things a fellow classmate might misunderstand, right? So you have different types of options that they can choose from, but the options that a teacher might include are going to depend on the what? The goal, right? So while there are 55 different ways in this deck, the teacher will choose options that will help students be able to demonstrate mastery according to a specific goal. Any questions about this particular activity? And when I walk you through the Padlet, I'll make sure for those of you who haven't been able to find it, I'll show you how to download the PDF. All right. So we already talked about flexible means is about providing options in the product or the path. We will talk about this core concept, being clear on our goal, flexible means, a lot more when we talk about lesson design. So when we talk about lesson design or designing professional learning environments, we'll talk about what does it mean to be clear on the goal and then have flexible options in order to get there. There's a clear design process when you're applying UDL. Now, because we're human, we are going to take a 10-minute break, but I want to give you some things to kind of look forward to. So we are going to break for lunch somewhere between 12:15 and 12:30. We're going to work in between there, between 12:15 and 12:30. We're going to take a break for lunch. Lunch will be an hour. It's on your own. We are right now going to take a 10-minute stretch break, make sure everybody has what they need. And so who knows where the bathrooms are?
Right, exactly, right here.
Okay, all right, so they're close. So if you go outside, we should be able to find them. And Jennifer and I will be circulating in case you all have any questions as well. So given that it is now almost 10:22, we will come back ready to go at 10:32 according to that clock back there. All right, let's break. Okay, it is time to come back. It's time to come back. I gave a few extra minutes because I was trying to get the sound to work. I still can't get the sound to work. All right, so you do not need to sit down. You don't need to sit down because I recognize this is way more sitting than most of you have done on any given day. So if you want to stand up and listen, that's fine. But we do need to regain our whole group conversation. So you don't have to be sitting the whole time. I wanted to also add that caveat. All right, so if we think back to this picture, our one-size-fits-all store, this picture is here because it shows us a little bit about learner variability. So if I'm a retailer and I own a clothing store, at no point am I allowed to say, you know what, I need to wait to see who comes to the store before I can select any inventory. Right? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I might use some data, I might base it on what sold last year, but I know I can anticipate that I'm going to need a variety of things to put into my store. Even White House Black Market said we can't just do black and white anymore. We need to have more variability, right? So if I'm a retailer, I know I'm going to anticipate some range of variability among my customers, whether that's the style or the size or the different colors that they include. The same thing is true with UDL. UDL is something that you can actually use to plan for lessons in advance before you even know who your students are. Now, do you still need to get to know your students? Absolutely. But there are some things that we can anticipate in advance. And so this is our second core concept. That we as educators, and this is true for planning learning experiences for young people as well as adults. Learner variability is the rule, not the exception. When we started to plan for this session, we knew that we were going to have a range of roles, a range of backgrounds. Learner variability is the rule, not the exception, and UDL provides a framework to guide planning in advance. Do you still need to make real-time adjustments? Absolutely. But there are some things that we can plan for in advance. So let's talk about this term, variability, specifically learner variability. These are 3 fMRI images. 3 images. And each image is of a person doing the same activity in an MRI machine. Each person is doing, it's called a finger tapping exercise. They are in the MRI machine for 45 minutes tapping their fingers. and they're having their brain activity scanned. Even though they're all given the same very simple task, you can see that their brains are reacting very differently. I was assured that this person had not fallen asleep, right? They're all doing the activity for 45 minutes. But what might be the difference? What's going on? Why might this brain have so much more activity than that brain over there? What might be going on for this person, maybe? Listen.
It's kind of like you get home and you think, oh, how did I drive here? You know, it's automatic.
Sometimes you're on automatic.
It's automatic, but it is like,
And maybe your brain is somewhere else doing all kinds of things. Maybe they're thinking about something else. Any other ideas? Yes, maybe they're writing a book. Yeah, maybe he has a song in his head. Yeah, you know what? He actually, he's actually a composer. He was the director of the boys' choir, and he was taking this as opportunity to compose a song. He was composing a song, and it was and so it activated different parts of his brain. Yes?
Yeah, if you speak Chinese, then you use different area of the brain, both sides of the front and back.
That's a great example, right? Because it's a different type of activity. There's also, I was watching, anyone ever watch Superhumans? I think it's called Superhumans or something like that. Yes. And so my kids would watch it all the time, and there was a man who could calculate very complicated math problems in his head. Did you see that one? Yes. And they thought that the part that calculates those types of math problems was going to be really lit up, like really intense. It was dead. It was the part of your brain that controls walking, right? Because he was calculating it like you walk, like not even thinking about it, right? He was using a totally different part of your brain. Now, it doesn't mean that one's a right way and one's a wrong way. They're just different. They're variable. And so part of this new understanding is that we're all approaching tasks differently. Our brains may be lit up in different places, but there are certain levels of predictable variability when it comes to learning. Here's the definition, the official definition from UDL Theory and Practice. This is, you can get a digital copy of this book for free. You can also order a hard copy if that's your preference. The definition of learner variability is the dynamic and ever-changing mix of strengths and challenges that makes up each learner. And it's important to recognize that it changes even within the learner. As we go through this journey, we're going to talk about how that's different from, for example, learning styles. Learner variability and learning styles are not the same thing. We'll talk about that. So to build on your understanding of learner variability, there are two videos that are usually the common go-tos to understand about variability. Both are done by Todd Rose, who used to work at CAST. One, we're going to watch Variability Matters. The other one, The Myth of Average, I often show if I am presenting to administrators. So if I'm presenting to like a school board or administrators, The Myth of Average is pretty good. It's a TED Talk, but you can even just watch the first 5 minutes. Variability Matters, I think, is more important for a foundational understanding for those of us in this room. But The Myth of Average is worth watching as well. So we're going to, I was trying to figure out the sound situation because I can't get my computer to recognize the HDMI and the delay is bothering me. But we're going to push through because I can't get my computer to recognize your external speakers. So we're going to watch Variability Matters by Todd Rose.
Variable match.
Yeah, I almost have to like not watch their lips while I'm listening, but or just read the words. Closed captioning is beautiful, so we're going to use that to work our way around this technical challenge here. I think what it is, I got a new computer and I think it's just too new for the system.
Very cute.
Oh, my rose gold, thank you. So as you watch, listen for, he's going to talk about learner variability in cyberspace or cyber science. Just replace it with like classroom learning, professional learning, and then just kind of go with the questions that he asks in this presentation. All right, so here we go.
Good morning. So I'm going to try to wander, and if I make it back to the podium, it's because I forgot what I was going to say. My notes are there. So at CAST, where I work, we pioneered a framework called Universal Design for Learning. And today, I actually want to tell you about the problem that we were trying to solve with that framework. And it's the myth of the average learner. And I'll argue that this myth has actually hurt our competitive advantage in education because it's led us to a place where we design learning environments that ignore variability and also our greatest asset, our diversity. So my basic point that I want to make today is, I think, straightforward, that learning is way more variable than a lot of people assume, and that understanding that variability is critical when we think about designing this next generation of learning environments. So I've been told that one way, if you want to get a new perspective on your own field, is you can step back and look somewhere else for analogies. So that's what I want to do. We'll get to issues of STEM and issues of cyber learning, but I want to get there with two examples of variability that will seem really far removed: shoes and Rubik's Cubes. And we're going to go with shoes first. Now, we were told at the kickoff that there'd be some imagination going on today. So this is my contribution to the imagination. I want you to imagine just for a moment that we live in a world that believes in a different myth, the myth of the average foot. And let's just call it a men's size 8.5. And I also want you to imagine that you were all asked to be here not because you're smart, but because you might have potential to be great sprinters. So just a simple question. If you want to think about how you might fare given your foot size in a world that was a size 8.5. It's obvious, right? Like, the closer you are to that 8.5, the more likely it is you would be able to reach your full potential, whatever that is. But if you're size 13, you're in trouble. Actually, we'd just say you're bad at running, but that's a different conversation. The good news is we don't actually live in a world that believes this myth because we can see the variability. And because we can see it, we design for it. And when we design for it, we end up being able to recognize talent that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. Like Usain Bolt. If you don't know who he is, you will in the London Olympics. Fastest man in the world by far. And he's 6'5" and wears about a size 13. So the problem is, we do live in a world, I would argue, where most people believe in some version of the myth of the average learner, which is a little surprising if you think about it, that we can recognize that our feet vary, but we have a hard time extending that to things like how we learn, and even our brains for that matter. And as someone who spends time thinking about the brain, this one really is kind of funny to me. I mean, your brain has like billions of neurons interacting to form networks that interact with your environment and are constantly being shaped by your experience. Yet somehow, magically, out of that complexity, we think that our brains end up more or less the same. But the truth is, they're not. I mean, neuroscience is crystal clear on this point, that when it comes to the brain, just like when it comes to learning, variability is the rule, not the exception. Now, that variability is harder to see sometimes than it is with like foot size, but it's there, and it really matters. So let me give you an example. The Rubik's Cube. This has to be one of the most frustratingly simple tasks ever devised, right? So most of us have tried it. Some of us may have completed it, but very few of us are what I would call an expert at it, which is, can you solve it in under 30 seconds? I know, right? So there are people that can do this, but what's more interesting than that is that when you look at that elite group, it turns out there are many different strategies that they can use to get them to expertise. For example, if you're good at being able to do pattern recognition really quickly, there is a specific strategy for you. And it's a different strategy than if you're one of those whiz kids that can memorize 50 algorithms in your head. But there's a strategy for you based on that too. The only strategy you don't want to use is the one I used as a little kid, which involves peeling stickers off, right? It turns out people totally know you cheated, and it takes way longer than 30 seconds. The trick is that basically if you wanted to be an expert at the Rubik's Cube, there are many strategies you could choose from. And the best strategy would depend on your particular variability. Now, I want to stay with the Rubik's Cube example, and I want to extend this to a different dimension of variability, not just strategy. But this is TV Raman, a colleague of mine. He's a computer programmer at Google, bright guy, and he's been blind since childhood. So we just think for a minute how we might design a learning environment where Raman could demonstrate his potential at a Rubik's Cube. So that's pretty straightforward. Before we could even think about differences in strategy, we'd have to think about the way the cube is represented to begin with. Color is an arbitrary choice, and it's not the only way that we could have represented the cube. So a simple answer would be just to change the representation. And people have done this. Here's a Braille Rubik's Cube. And if you're like me, the first thing I looked at, I said, wow, that is beautiful, right? And then I start thinking, but wait a minute, is that really good design? Why is it white? Now you have to, only if you can read Braille can you use that cube. If you don't read Braille, you're locked out of it. And now we're stuck building two cubes. So now we start to lose economy of scale. But it didn't have to be that way, right? If we would have thought about variability up front, we could have designed a cube from the beginning with multiple representations. And then imagine if we actually, at the same time in that learning environment, explicitly taught the different strategies that could get you to expertise. Now we would be somewhere closer to supporting variability, somewhere closer to universal design for learning, and somewhere where we would be able to recognize talent that would have otherwise been overlooked, like TV Raman. Turns out he's a man of many talents, including being an expert at the Rubik's Cube. 24 seconds. It's kind of, it's amazing actually. But the thing is that's only possible through good design. And I would argue good design is only possible when we understand variability. So what does this mean for STEM and cyber learning in a sec? Well, if there's a lot of variability in something as simple as a Rubik's Cube, think how much variability there is in something as complex as inquiry science. And this is important because the increased variability means that there's a bigger cost to believing in the myth of the average learner. Because it means we will design environments that are not really a very good fit for most students. And it means we have the risk of missing out on a lot of talent that could have added to our competitive advantage. But the thing is, it's even bigger than that. Think about the United States. We are one of the most diverse countries in the history of the world. But that means that the myth hurts us worse than it does other countries, because it leads us to neglect what are our greatest assets, our diversity and our capacity for innovation. So it makes me think about this. We often hear these reports that say in high school our performance in STEM is lower on average than it is to some other countries. But I would ask you, what if that's not the right way to think about it? What if the average doesn't actually define us? Like, what if we tried to win in a different way? By being very serious about designing environments that genuinely support the full range of the learners in our classrooms. It's a different approach, and it would be challenging, but I think it would be worth it. So, lastly, when I think about what this means for why we're here, for cyber learning, I think it means we have a choice to make. What do we want cyber learning to be? Do we want it to be a collection of tools that makes the average better on average? Or do we want it to be an ecosystem of learning opportunities? I vote for the ecosystem, but that's going to mean to get there, I think we got to understand variability and we need to understand how to design for it. Thank you.
All right, so take a moment at your tables to kind of debrief on this video and really just focus on what resonated with you, this idea of learner variability and how Todd Rose explains it. What resonated and how does this impact your context in the work that you do? Let's take 3 minutes to talk at your tables. I forgot that when I have to hold the mic, then I can't like sit down. When I have to hold the mic to the computer, usually that's like my break, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta stand up here. I would, oh yeah, maybe we can do that. That might actually be more powerful.
Actually, because there's a thing up there, we could probably.
Yeah, we'll mess with that next time. I'm going to.
We do this after the North Southeast US thing, right?
Yeah.
So I'll do this while they're milling them.
Okay, that sounds good because it's hard when they're in the spaces.
Put them all underneath their name tags. So
cool. The tents, yeah. And then we're gonna do probably after lunch, we're gonna do the UDL guidelines. Usually it's around the world. Usually it's called Around the World or UDL carousel. People go around and do different ideas with different guidelines. For this room, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do one guideline per poster paper. Just put it on that wall. And then ironically, there are 9 sets of tables. Yeah, so like this is one. So I'll just be like, all right, you all focus on guideline 1, 2, and then they'll just put them on they'll just use post-it notes. It's not gonna give them as much movement, but oh, here's markers. Okay. All right.
you can also move these tables if you want to use this one as well.
I don't know how else we would fit this many people. We could just use that wall. All right, take about 30 seconds. 30 seconds. All right, let's come together. Let's hear from a few of you. Or Jennifer, are there any questions we should pull up so far? Okay. Let's hear, and I'll from a few of you. What if anything, resonated with you in watching Todd Rose's explanation of learner variability? Yes?
There were a lot of things, but one thing that, besides the things we talked about in our group, is I was thinking about his presentation and reflecting on what we said about goals. What is your goal? He had a goal to communicate, and he had different examples, but he was concise.
So sometimes we think that having lots of different examples or methods or modes makes everything take longer, but it doesn't have to be. If you're clear on your goal, he wove in the different examples, right? The different analogies that he used in order to communicate. Yes, please, Rory.
Rubik's Cube. And I think because the intention was to make it helpful, but unintentionally it narrowed the path for any
Only one person could,
except
yeah.
for someone who understands Braille. And I think we do that often.
Unintentionally. And sometimes when we feel like we're on this treadmill of just producing and producing and producing and producing, it's because we're spitting out Braille Rubik's Cubes, right? We're just doing that for here and for here and for here and for here, rather than thinking about a more universal one. So when I was working with the state of New Jersey, and 2 years after I've been working with them, they mailed me one of those Rubik's Cubes. So it's actually the universal Rubik's Cube. I don't know if any of you looked it up, but it's all the different colors. And then on it, it's not in Braille, but it has like different patterns. So you can feel for different patterns, because, you know, even also all visually impaired people don't use Braille, right? So they have different ways that you can access it. But usually that kind of stands out for us as educators, like, oh, I don't need to do a separate plan for everybody. Now, you still need to read the IEP, which is a separate plan, yes. But when you're doing your lesson plan, right, your lesson plan, everybody doesn't get their own lesson plan. We're thinking about our edges, and we're thinking about keeping them in mind, and then how to build something that could be an option for everyone. And there's a clear process. We're going to get into that process tomorrow, I promise, because you're probably like, well, how do I do that? We will practice that tomorrow all together multiple times. Anything else that stood out for you? Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Yes.
So do we want to narrow the path for the students to learn, or just let them learn their own path?
So what we want to do, and I'll go ahead, so you want to be clear on the goals. Clear on the goals. Then the next step is to anticipate what might be barriers to achieve that goal. And then based on that information, design options. And we're designing options for not just learners who may struggle, but also learners who need more challenge. Todd Rose, the presenter, before he was a faculty member at Harvard, he was a high school dropout because he was disengaged. Right, so we're thinking about both edges. We're thinking about, here's our goal. What might be some barriers? It may be that students might not care about it. Or it might be the students are missing a prerequisite skill. We think about our barriers, and then based on the barriers, we design options. But we'll practice that over and over and over again. As a little preview for tomorrow. Preview. One thing I want to talk about is this idea of learner variability and learning styles. So when we talk about learning styles, usually we'll say something like, oh, I'm a visual learner, I'm a kinesthetic learner, I'm an auditory learner. It is true that when I take any of those assessments, I very clearly I show up as an auditory learner. If I hear something, I almost automatically remember it. If I've heard you speak, I will remember you forever, right? It doesn't matter if I hear your voice, I will remember that I met you, etc. That doesn't mean that I want everything presented to me in an auditory way. Right? So when I go to dance class and the teacher starts saying the steps, I'm like, man, now I gotta like picture the step in my mind and I gotta translate that into movement, and you could have just demonstrated the step. Right? And so when we think about learner variability, what we're planning for are different modes for representing the information. So you're recognizing that when I am representing information, I need to have different ways for students to access that representation. So like with the Rubik's Cube, it's different ways to access the representation. No one was saying, I'm going to do a Rubik's Cube for visual learners, right? It didn't happen that way. We're thinking about multiple ways to access the information. That's one of the key distinctions. It'll make more sense as we go over the course of the 2 days, but learner variability is not the same thing as learning styles. Okay? All right. So now we will talk more about this. And we'll even take a step deeper with our core concept number 3, learner variability. Remember we talked about it being dynamic and ever-changing? It's because learner variability is contextual. It's contextual. And so we have to look at our context. In this picture, we needed to change the environment in which the flower grew, not necessarily trying to fix the flower, but we're changing the environment. We're looking at the context. And when we think about the context in our schools, that includes the curriculum, it includes the materials, the classroom materials, it includes the classroom routine. What else impacts the context? I heard somebody whisper it. Go ahead, it's okay.
I was going to say the age of the student.
Well, the age of the student.
About them, their background,
Yeah, everything that they bring with them. Anything else that impacts the context of a classroom? The teacher, right? The teacher impacts the context of the classroom. The other students in the room, to what extent they're getting along with each other or supportive of one another or not, right? Yeah. Well, you know what? I do not disagree with that. When I went into labor, they were like, oh, it's that full moon again. I was like, are you kidding me? So I believe that it could also impact our classrooms too.
The school environment in general, the administrator.
Yes. Yes, the whole culture, the school culture and the administrator. So all of these things impact the context, and different contexts will impact learner variability. So have you ever heard some, well, so-and-so doesn't do that in my class, they do that in your class, or they're presenting themselves one way in this context and a different way in another setting, right? That's because learner variability depends on context. So we're going to do this activity. We're going to do it a little differently based on the configuration of this room, so you got to go with me on this. Okay, so we're going to do this activity called north, south, east, west. And you'll notice that there are corners labeled. That corner says in, that corner says W, that corner says S, and that corner says E for east. I recognize that, is that north? It's probably not. It's probably not north, but that's okay. We're going to go with that anyway. I feel like I need to ask because someone always tells me, actually north is that way. Or I don't know. Usually you can tell if you have mountains, but I can't see. All right, parking garage is too tall. So we're going to do this activity called north, south, east, west, and it really helps to illustrate how learner variability is contextual. So this is what we're going to do. Think about how you respond to making decisions and acting on those decisions in most situations. Just like what's kind of your go-to gut reaction if you're given a task, you have to make decisions and then move on them. So do you tend to be a north person? A north person is somebody who's like approaches like, all right, let's do it, let's go. That's me. I don't usually read the directions, right? I'm just going for it, right? So that's a north person. Directions are suggestions. Those are for after the fact. You try it, then if you need help, go back and read them, right? So that's a north person. All right? Or do you tend to operate as a south person? A south person, we call them caring because they like to know that everyone's feelings have been taken into consideration before making a decision. So they want to make sure everyone's voice has been heard. Are you a south person if you want to make sure everyone's voice has been heard? A west person really pays attention to all the details, needs to know all the facts, the what, when, where, and why before acting. And then an east person, we'll call them speculating, likes to look at the big idea, the big picture, needs to know the whole scope of possibilities before acting. Remember, it takes all types to make the world go round, but you're thinking about how you typically act when having to make decisions. So now, here is a scenario. We're going to have different contexts. And in this scenario, you are planning a party for friends, and these are people who already like you. They already like you. You don't have to prove anything to them, okay? These are people who are your friends, your true friends. How are you going to respond? Are you going to respond as a north person and just plunge in? Are you going to be an east person? You want to look at the big picture? If your first thought was, ooh, what's the theme? You are probably an east person, okay? Or are you a west person? You've already got your list out, paying attention to all the details. Or are you a south person, and you're thinking about everybody's feelings? Think about who you are in this scenario, and then we're going to very carefully, without bumping into each other, choose a corner, the one that you would most gravitate to. You might be split, but just pick one that you would most gravitate to. That's south, east, north, west. Yay, north!
I could be any further to the north.
And I have 4 pages. We have half of our table east. Stop talking and do. Let's go.
right, we have a lot of North folks. My kindred spirits. We got to work on, so we have some South folks. We have a little bit of everything. This is great. A lot of West. That's good. You won't have any holes in the party. All right. Okay, freeze. Now, we have a new context. This one's super fun. You are on a committee that is deciding which curriculum to purchase, let's say for your district. So it's bigger than your school or your classroom. You're on a curriculum committee for the district, and you are deciding which curriculum to purchase. Now, are you going to stay where you are, or are you going to shift? Take a moment where you can stay, or if you're now in a different place, go ahead and shift. Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, because you can't see the signs anymore. So that's north. I don't know what it is. West, that's west. South and east. You can stay or shift. Let me grab the microphone. Okay, now.
Nobody in the South.
Yeah, it depends on how you interpret this question. If you think about stakeholders, usually somebody's in the South, but not too many, unfortunately. I don't know what that says about curriculum, but okay. So now we need to hear from those who shifted. From someone who shifted between the two scenarios, what made you move? What made you move? Does anyone want to share? Yes. And this is important, so I want to give you the microphone.
Well, I took myself out of it. Like, when I was planning a party, it was more about me, but when I'm looking at curriculum, it has nothing to do with me, really.
Right. So I was saying maybe there's like a greater impact, right? It includes a lot others. The scope is bigger. What else? What else made you shift?
I was starting at East, and planning a party, you don't want to overthink it. You know, so I was like, okay, I want to know who my guests are, what their eating habits are. My family, everything from gluten-free, vegans, diabetics. It's impossible to plan a party and have everybody. So you get a big picture, but you don't want to overthink it. But when you're going to curriculum, you do actually need to really overthink it and get into all the critical needs of who you're dealing with from everything that goes on.
And why do you need to overthink it?
Because you're dealing with everything from the who's coming, what is your diversity, what is your socioeconomic status, where's your location, where are the kids coming from? Are they coming from the neighborhood? Or as like I teach in charter school, they come from all over the valley.
So it sounds like there's different complexity. There's a lot more complexity.
Not one size does not fit all. You know, we have a couple different schools, but one school is completely different kind of learners than another school. You know, same learning plan, same teaching structure, but the kids are completely different.
Right, so many more things to consider, right? So that's where you have to get into the thinking about all these other considerations. Yes, please.
So I started out over there thinking about my friends and who had babies and who's gluten-free and who is on a special other needs diet or who's gonna be traumatized without pets and who's not gonna like my dog. But the thing about being here is I have less specific information and I don't feel that I'm empowered to make a decision like a classroom teacher would about what they do specifically with their students. So here I'm like, let me look at the big picture because I don't know the specifics. I can't choose for them because I don't know as much.
So the information you have, your level of empowerment, that also impacts how you act.
So as you were just talking about all the things that you listed, I included in my big picture. So I thought that was a huge aha for me because my details, I went to price and bulk and like who's publishing and like so my big picture included all of the smaller details that you had, which was a huge aha for me.
Have you ever done curriculum purchasing before?
No.
Oh, okay. So this is kind of where you went to. Yeah. It's very interesting, your take on it. Yeah, so part of it is how you view what is big picture versus what is details. Anything else? Anything about like, did anyone say like they were more worried about messing up?
Don't come to the north.
Like maybe the stakes were higher? Anybody over here? Did anybody have another reason why they shifted?
So it was over on the big picture for the party that came over here. And I think kind of along those same lines, like it's going to be the small details that make the difference between a good curriculum and a bad curriculum. So I'm more worried about the small details here.
Now, have you had some experience in bad curriculum?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe your background knowledge is informing. So when we think about things like your background knowledge, your level of empowerment, the information you have access to, the extent to which you might feel comfortable, maybe you've planned a party before and you feel comfortable to that. So as you go back to your areas, again, you don't have to sit down, but you do need to wander back to a particular space. Think about those things that impacted where you stood on the different scenarios. And think about what are the implications for our classrooms in terms of empowerment and background information, and complexity. What are the implications for our classrooms when we think about learner variability and context? So you can take the long way, take like 2 minutes to wander back to your area, and then we'll resume the conversation. I thought about what you were saying. You just got slides and you were like, what am I doing with this?
This makes more sense now.
They do it differently. Their scenario, I want to say they have like 3 different things. I'm like, I think they get it after 2. You know what I mean? Like, but the whole point, which they don't include in the slides that they give you, the whole point is then it's getting to what made you change. It's your comfort level. It's your background information. It's to what extent you felt empowered, or how afraid were you of messing up? How much it mattered to you, right? Like those are the things you need to take away. It's not just moving to a new space. And so I want to be like, why don't you guys include the important ahas and
I feel like that should go like at the bottom, the main idea.
or at least in the speaker notes or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, the bottom. Yeah. I'll get that. Awesome. All right. Okay.
And you know, it's actually not
All right, let's take about 30 seconds to find our spots. So what's important to understand about learner variability are the implications for our classrooms, right? The extent to which students might feel empowered, or the extent to which they feel the content or the activity is valuable and meaningful to them. And what might be meaningful to one student is going to be different for another student. So that's why we provide multimodal, multi-engagement, ways to express themselves, so that we can account for that learner variability, because who they are, and even especially if you've taught like middle schoolers, who you get is different, right? Every day, depending on what happened on the way or what happened in the hallway. So we really have to be flexible and not just assume that all our students are going to be the same way each day. Another example would be my son. He always scores very, very high in math, but he actually has a visual processing challenge. And so whenever they get to the geometry unit or something like that, the teacher's like, well, clearly he wasn't paying attention, or clearly he wasn't, because they don't understand how someone who's so highly capable in one moment just literally has not answered the question in another moment, right? And so we have to understand that learners are very variable even within themselves. And that's a key thing to think about with learner variability. Any questions about learner variability and it being contextual? we'll talk more about how we anticipate it. Yes, please.
It's not quite a question.
Mhm.
It isn't. It's an observation.
Yes.
When I looked at these, I observed anecdotally that primarily those that went to the West stayed in the West for the most part. Those that went to the feeling place all abandoned the feeling place, everyone. Many, if not most, of those who went to the more kinesthetic and plunge in north area, more than half of those, well more than half, also abandoned and came over to, and I did not see people really much. This is just generally. There may have been one or two outliers that I didn't see. But the thing that I think is so important is that actually all 4 areas are absolutely essential.
Yes.
And we shouldn't have left this area entirely, because if we don't appeal to the emotional affect of our students, we will lose them no matter what the big picture is, no matter how much fun it was, and no matter how detailed we were. We've got to be in that nexus place. So that was my observation about this.
Yeah, thank you so much for the observation, because that brings in something really important, right? Because just because we gravitate to somewhere doesn't mean we can forget about the other ways.
Right.
It doesn't mean, and I will say that you all are pretty typical. It almost always happens where everything is represented on the first question, and we split, for the most part, east-west on the second question because it's professional in nature, and a lot of us were trained in a certain way on how to behave professionally. I mean, it just tends, because of the natures of the question, it tends to work out that way. But we also need to recognize that sometimes we gravitate to what we feel most comfortable to. I was asking you what you felt most comfortable to, or most comfortable with, but we also need to think about planning for representing things that are not necessarily within our comfort zone. And when you're on a curriculum committee, or even when you're developing a leadership team, it's important to think about not just what I do really well, but what do I not gravitate towards. I know, for example, on my team, I need to find somebody who's more in the South category. Otherwise, I'm not going to remember anybody's birthday. Nobody's getting a card, right? You know, I'm like, what? Okay, let's go. What's today's date? Let's keep it moving. And so I recognize that that's not good for the morale of the team. People are like, we're tired. We have to also think about, what do we not necessarily bring? We want to have lots of representations. And we'll also talk about how the framework helps us see things that we may not have seen before. It will help us to see, sometimes this might feel threatening for some individuals. Sometimes this might feel encouraging for others, right? So the framework helps us to see our blind spots that we might not have seen before. All right, we're almost nearing the end of our core concepts. Core concept number 4 is related to this cartoon. Clearing a path for people with special needs clears the path for everyone. Now, before I give this 4th core concept, we are going to do a simulation. It's a simulation activity. And I say up front that it's a simulation because you might feel uncomfortable in this. It's simulating a learning moment. And there may be a moment where you're like, this is not pleasant, this does not feel good for me. It's a simulation, just kind of go with it. It'll pay off in the end. Okay, so for this activity, we're going to highlight this core concept of what is necessary for some is good for all. The same way shoveling the ramp was necessary for some, the young man was not going to be able to get in without it. It's good for all. Everyone can benefit and use the ramp. So to simulate this core concept, everyone is going to access a piece of paper. So on the tables in a face down pile, and you need to see the first bullet, keep the paper face down and bold. So everybody's going to take a piece of paper and keep the paper face down. It has to stay face down. No peeking or trying to look through the back side. Are you Richard?
I am,
okay.
Thank you.
Yep, keep it face down. All right. Actually, I'm going to use my stopwatch for this. It'll be easier. Except I don't know where I put my phone. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we have to start with the goal. Keep in mind, this is a simulation. So the goal is to circle as many numbers as you can. And by circle, you could also highlight. You just need to indicate. You need to indicate as many numbers as you can in numerical order, starting with the number 1. You need to circle or indicate each number individually. So no big circle across the whole paper. No. Each number individually. Don't find the 15 and circle the 1. No. No. The numeral, each numeral. So you find the numeral 1 and circle it. You cannot circle 5 until you've circled 1, 2, 3, 4. It has to go in numerical order. Now, if you see 5, you can be like, okay, I'm going to hold my finger there. I'm going to remember. But you cannot circle it until you, sometimes people are like, oh, I'm just going to circle all the numbers. Nope, nope, nope. You cannot just circle all the numbers. They have to go in numerical order. And there's no trick. There is a number 1. All the numbers 1 through 60 are there. 1 through 60 are there. You will have 60 seconds to do this. And also, if you wear glasses to see things up close, you should put them on. You should put them on. Like if you do reading glasses, you're going to want the reading glasses on. I say that because I have reading glasses, but I never put them on, and then you're like, oh no, I need them. Okay. All right. Any questions before we begin? Oh, and this is not a competition. It is not a competition. This is individual. Remember, the goal, circle as many numbers as you can. You can. Don't pay attention to your neighbor. Okay. All right, give me one moment while I need to use my stopwatch so I can have my thing. Here we go. All right, on your mark, get set, and go. And stop. Okay. All right. Now, okay. Let's self-assess. Okay. So raise your hand if were you able to find 5 or more? Keep your hand up. 10 or more, 15 or more, 20 or more, 25. 25. All right, how many?
30.
30. How many? 29.
39.
39?
Competitive PE coach right here.
Woo! All right. Okay, so tell me, Mackenzie, how did you find 39 numbers?
We both were talking and we both said, found the pattern.
Ah, found the pattern. Can you explain the pattern to everybody? You might need to stand up. I don't know. Okay.
So you have your 4 quadrants where your 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be.
Nice use of vocabulary.
And then for PE teacher, great, right? And then the numbers, when you start in the 1 quadrant, is going to be in the same location. Just keep doing it. So, but it goes in a circle.
Oh yeah, you were nice and loud too. All right, great. So let's break that down even further. Take your paper, fold it in half, so we're going to make quadrants, and it's a little bit easier to see in case it's hard to see now. If you fold it in half, horizontally and vertically,
Your clean one or your old one?
Either one, because we're going to try it again with the strategy. So you can go ahead and preemptively set your new piece of paper. Now, if you find number 1, put your finger on number 1, and then go vertically down. Number 2 is reflected over the horizontal axis or the x-axis. And then from 2 to 3, 3 is reflected over the y-axis.
Did you know what they do?
It ends up being concentric rectangles. And then if you look for 4, 4 is reflected over the horizontal axis again. So if you know where 1 is, you automatically know where 2, 3, 4 are. All you need to do next is find number 5, and you know it's in quadrant 1. So you have a much smaller space. And once you know the strategy, it can change some of that gobbledygook into actually making a little bit more sense. So now remember, the goal is to circle as many numbers as you can in numerical order, starting with number 1. So we're going to see if having the strategy helps get a higher goal. Okay? So everybody should have access to another blank sheet. Does everybody have another blank sheet if you want to try? If you don't want to try, you don't have to try. But if you want to see if you can score higher the second time around, now that you have the strategy. Yes.
Okay. Right on the other page.
Yeah, no, a copy's on my Padlet. I have a copy of this one, I believe, and like 2 other versions or something like that. Because there's different versions. Okay, now you can fold it if you want, but turn it back face down. So I'm gonna say go, and you're gonna turn it over. So give me 1 second here. I'm resetting. All right, any questions before we begin? So it's the same thing, but now you are equipped with the strategy, so it might be beneficial to you. Okay? All right, on your mark, sorry, get set, go. And stop. Oh, did I hear somebody get all 60? Okay, this is a very competitive group. Okay, now let's talk about this. Who here scored higher the second time? Okay, so we all got a higher goal the second time with our strategy. Now, you don't have to admit this, but the first time around, in a room this size, there's probably somebody who was like, yeah, I'm not doing this, right? Or maybe, I don't know, Jennifer, you have a lot of good sports. Usually somebody's like, yeah, I'm going to the bathroom right now, right? They just kind of like, this isn't for me. Or you look at this and you're like, I have no idea where to even begin, right? So for some, having the strategy might have been really essential in terms of feeling some kind of sense of accomplishment, right? But for others, they were like, oh, I figured out the pattern on my own. So Mackenzie didn't need it necessarily, but how many did you get the second time?
49, and she beat me.
And she beat you. 59, almost to 60, right? So it may not have been essential for you, but you still achieved more. And so this is an example of taking the time. I took we took 1 minute to teach the strategy, and look at how much further everyone was able to go. For some students, this paper is a math problem, or decoding, or reading a complex text. And they're like, I don't even know where to begin. Or there's a trick. Everybody's getting it, and I'm not getting it. And if we take a moment up front to equip everyone with a strategy, it might not be that everyone needs it, but everyone benefited. Any other thoughts or questions about this activity that you just burning to say, want to say? Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so I actually think that the fact that I engaged first also made me value Mackenzie's idea more because I realized really quickly my idea sucked.
You know what? That is I'm so glad you brought that up, because there is a place for having you struggle with it a little bit, right? It's called productive struggle, right? So we take a moment and then and focus it, but there was value in having you engage with it first. So think back to the puzzle mates. I had you engage with the ideas a little bit first before explicitly telling you the core ideas. And it's kind of similar, because now, Rory, you had a reason to learn that strategy. You're like, man, I didn't know what to do. This really helps, right? And so it gave you a purpose. Todd.
Well, let's be honest. Let's go back to the bowling pin example, too. It was the interaction from another student that brought the idea, and then it was the teacher that brought it all together as a guide. And then I had a way to re-engage.
Yes, all of these are critical to think about how you model it, right? Where we'll talk about how you can apply this in modeling, and also just being explicit, right? And so once we start breaking down the guidelines, you'll see it's very explicit into how you do student-to-student interactions, or how you can think about student-to-student interactions, right? How you can think about engagement with something that's novel. I've also had, oh, go ahead, Robert.
Well, I just think there's so many times when it's so critical to actually talk with students about how it is that we learn. And I think we don't do enough of that. There are a lot of studies that talk about how kids just think, well, some kids are just better at it.
Right.
Instead of understanding that there's an connection of effort, and in this case, with a specific strategy.
The specific strategy, and helping students think about how they learn, and then making that more visible so that we can learn from that. That's why one of the reasons why I really like the checking for student understanding, so those metacognitive activities, they get the thinking on the outside, so they're like, oh, or when teachers do think alouds and model, that there is a strategy to it, right? There is a strategic approach. And modeling is another example. Do all students need a model? But could they benefit when done well, right? Yes, lastly, Carrie.
Well, I do wonder how much of this is connected to background information. Because, I mean, I have a lot of knowledge about the quadrants and the distance from the origin or the axes. And so I see the rectangles very clearly in my head. And most of us probably do, but if I had seen that up there, the multiple rectangles that I'm seeing in my head, I wonder if I could.
It is connected. So there is an actual visual scanning strategy where you break things up into quadrants, right? And so folks who have that as kind of a background tend to score better. Or just they pick up, they see the strategy faster. So it is about what you come in with background knowledge. And for some people, the distractors are very distracting. For others, they're like, no, I'm not looking at that, right? So there's all different ways that we engage with it. And what's really important to take away is that this idea of being essential for some, but necessary for all, or essential for some and beneficial for all, or good for all, really comes from this idea of universal design, which started in architecture. So the definition of universal design is that all new environments and products, to the greatest extent possible, should be usable by everyone, regardless of their age, ability, or circumstance. And so this is the same idea that we're applying now to learning environments and learning experiences. Sometimes when people hear about universal design for learning, they assume that it's for students with special needs only, because it did start in assisting individuals with special needs. but it's actually more broadly than that. UDL is a tier 1 approach, but it's important to understand how it started. So the researchers at CAST, this is before they had invented universal design, they were working with a young man named Matt, who had some physical disabilities, but he could cognitively, he was ready to engage in the general education classroom, but there were so many barriers that he wasn't able to participate. And so the researchers worked with Matt, and they said, we are going to equip Matt with everything he needs to overcome barriers. We're going to give him what he needs in order to fully participate in the general education environment. And this is what we say by UDL kind of started in the margins. They started with working with students who had been marginalized by the status quo. But then they realized that this was way too many barriers for Matt to overcome. It was just too many things for Matt to try to overcome by himself. And it's kind of similar, they started doing more of like a retrofitting approach. So their second draft was this retrofitting approach. And it's kind of similar to when you have a building that was built before ADA requirements, and now they have to have a wheelchair ramp, and it's a round back, and it's, you know, not the best constructed, and it's not visually appealing, but they're retrofitting it because they're trying to fix what already existed. So the researchers would go into the classroom and they're like, all right, we're going to retrofit these classrooms so that now Matt can participate. And they said, okay, this is unrealistic. This is just, it's not, you can't bring this to scale. Retrofitting everything is not a scalable solution. And it's not even scalable for him year after year, like even for this one individual. So then that's where they landed on universal design for learning. And this is an example of, if you look at blended stairs or integrated stairs, it's when architects build the ramp right into the stairs, and there's a whole science about how high it can be and how wide it needs to be so that people feel safe. So this third draft, universal design in learning, meant that whenever we're doing new lessons, new curriculum, we're thinking about the edges and designing those ramps into the lesson and into the environment. And that's where universal design for learning came to be. And you can see universal design in so many things. For example, closed captioning. Who is closed captioning? Who was it originally designed for? Deaf or hard of hearing. Who uses it? Me. We do. We did today. It wasn't intended for bars, right? But we are all able to use it today. Same thing with automatic doors, with curb cuts. Try dragging heavy luggage and not being able to find a curb cut or a ramp. And now we are so used to it, we're like, oh my goodness, this is unacceptable, right? Right? But it wasn't originally designed for us. It was designed for individuals in a wheelchair. Even easy grip tools or even doorknobs. You would have to find a pretty old building, and like 30 years old, or no, more than, a lot older, maybe 40 years. I don't know, when was the last time you saw a doorknob? It has to be a pretty old building that's built that has a doorknob, because now we know that there's a different kind of handle that's more universal. We don't have a doorknob and an easy grip handle, right? We have one easy grip handle. So that's where we have this second to last concept of necessary for some, good for all. Necessary for some, good for all. And then the last core concept that we're going to talk about is that the barrier is in the environment, not the learner. The barrier is in the environment, not the learner. In UDL, when we go through the UDL design process, we are removing barriers through intentional, proactive design. We're not trying to fix the student. We're thinking about what may be some barriers in the environment. And yes, we want them to advocate for themselves. Yes, we want them, this is not about doing everything for the student. We want them to be engaged. Remember, the goal is for them to be expert learners. But we are removing barriers through intentional, proactive design. And in this case, this was our picture. All right, this was our picture here. And in the third image, we're looking at what is the systemic barrier that can be removed. If our goal is for everyone to see, then can we change the barrier so that it's no longer a barrier to being able to see, still keeping everyone safe. Now I also do equity work, and when I do equity work, there's a fourth picture. I don't know if everyone's seen the fourth picture where there's no fence, because then everyone can play. That's a different conversation. Right now, they did not buy a ticket, so they are looking through the chain link fence. They're looking through the chain link fence. All right, so when we think about what is our process, for proactive intentional design, this is the UDL process, which we're going to dive more deeply into tomorrow, but I wanted to give you a preview here. The UDL design process looks like this. You start by setting clear goals. And when we're talking about lesson design, we're talking about clear, rigorous goals. Clear, rigorous goals. We're not changing the goal. We still have high expectations. Those stay consistent. We set clear goals. Then next, we anticipate barriers to those goals. We think if this is our goal, knowing what we know about our learners, and knowing about different ways that learners get engaged, different ways they can gain meaning from information being represented, in different ways they can act and express on what they know, what are some barriers that we might be able to anticipate? And then we'll dive into the framework to design options that remove those barriers. We set clear goals, anticipate barriers, and design options. And when I first start working with groups, I tell them, let's focus on one barrier, because you can usually come up with a lot of barriers. Let's focus on one barrier, maybe one or two options. And sometimes as teachers, we're like, oh, but there's so many things that we want to address. But you need to start somewhere. And if you try to do everything, you're going to end up doing nothing. Right? So we're going to start by picking one or two barriers, picking a few options. And when you are designing options, you're not starting here and ending there. We're thinking, oh, if this is my barrier, maybe there's some insight here. And we'll practice that. But what you don't want to do is say, I'm going to do all of these things, right? Eventually, your mind will start to go there on its own, and you'll be able to see it. Once I was doing a session last week, and they're like, oh my gosh, now I can't unsee it. I can't unsee UDL. Like, I automatically go to, all right, can I see that barrier there? I can think about an option. But in the beginning, when you're building that muscle memory, you're just thinking about, what are some barriers? How can I design a few options? And the idea is you really want to start small with something. Boiling the ocean has never worked. Hopefully, it won't. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you some moments to kind of digest all of that. That was a lot to digest. So just with those who are near you, some of you are here with your teams. If you're here with your teams, this is a good time to sit with them and talk about it. Otherwise, you can just talk to your elbow partners. Take a moment to review those core concepts. They're up here, but they're also on your handout, on your agenda. It has the under why UDL. It has these 5 concepts. Talk about which one really resonates with you and which one you can really see moving forward. Usually there's one or two that kind of stand out for you more than the others. So just talk about what resonates with you, what stands out, what can you see applying as designers in your context. Let's take about 4 minutes to process this.
I think the necessary for some good
am so thirsty. Okay. I'm gonna prep this now so we don't have to do it during lunch. I don't know where we're gonna eat lunch. I didn't really see too many. Oh, is it snowing? Well, I'm glad I parked in the garage. Let me grab a green marker. Let me grab. Okay, yeah. Should we answer them after lunch, maybe, or now's a good time?
It doesn't matter. I answered them on the document, but I mean.
Oh, so now's perfect time. So if we want to, like, after they talk a little bit, if you want to, feel free to take the lead, take the mic, respond to them. I think it'll be good for them to hear another voice. They're probably like, oh, I'm so sick of hearing her. And but yeah, if you want to kind of lead the recap and address some of those questions, that's probably good for the good of the group. Because I think some people are like, I don't know how to do a back channel, so they're not really messing with it. So. Borrow this for 1 second.
Maybe it's not an hour less, 10 minutes, but they're in on it, and then they can go work. Yeah. That, I think, is something we need to be very careful
Yes. Because if I do too much, you're gonna be like, oh, this is too much. I've learned. Yes. I see the faces where they're like, no, this is not fun anymore. Like,
I'm gonna be honest, I'm still struggling with number 3. Like, what does that exactly mean?
Learn a verb is contextual.
Yeah.
So. even to the extent to which I know that I am, as a presenter, am different in how I engage based on how much sleep I got the day before.
That is true.
And so it's not enough to say, oh, she likes this option. I'm always going to give her this one thing because that's what she always likes.
Yeah.
Her variability is going to change depending on whatever her personal context might be. So the idea is, because it's contextual, you can anticipate by providing different options, but you can't necessarily tell people, oh, you should go there, you should go there, you should go there, because it's good.
They bring with them that day.
That day.
Exactly. Okay, that makes more sense.
So part of the value in when we think about options is a little bit different than choice. A better synonym would be opportunities. And sometimes we're thinking about, I'm going to give students choices. Actually, you're giving them different opportunities to either get engaged, to comprehend based on what's represented, or to act and express on what they know. And those options, you can't assume where they're going to go. Because I don't know if that's made it any clearer. Okay, yeah.
Start wrapping my brain.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for asking that, though. Okay. Take about 30 seconds to kind of find a stopping point for your current conversation. And Jennifer, I think she's gonna, some of you had a few questions that we've addressed on the back channel, but we want to make sure that everyone has access.
Okay, so I'm going to read them over here because then I can move on the computer. And we didn't really clarify what a back channel is. A back channel is just like a place that you can have conversations without having to like raise your hand and be that person that asks the question out loud. So I like those. I'm not the person that raises their hand, so I love back channels. But we've had a couple questions toward the end here of what we've been doing recently. So one is, I'm not completely sure I understand the core concept 3. How does this apply to the classroom? And how do I work with this to provide the best learning for students? So as a reminder, core concept 3 was learner variability is contextual. And so just like we did in the activity, you had a different response depending on whatever the context was of the situation, right? And students will have that as well. Sometimes it's based on like their subject matter, like what class they're in. So I am not a math person, and I freak out when I walk in a math classroom because that is not my thing, right? But other students feel that way about art or science or language arts or whatever. And so depending on what class they're in, their needs may change, their learning needs may change. And again, that gets back to the idea of learning styles, and I'm using quote fingers when I say that because it's not really a thing. But students may prefer to learn visually in one class, but they may learn auditorily in another class. So it just varies depending on all kinds of things. And there can be other factors, time of the day, the way that you interact with that particular teacher as a student, age level, etc. So there are a lot of factors, but the context, the factors themselves, really affect the learner variability. Okay, so that was one question. The second question was, can teaching specific strategies become counterproductive at some point? For example, if there are multiple strategies that arise from individual students, do students or participants benefit more from those so they can choose the strategy that works best for them? And I think really what the thing that goes along with this one really has to do with, like, we're not presenting, okay, if I'm teaching a strategy in math or whatever, that doesn't mean that you have to use Miss P's strategy. I made my kids call me Miss P because my last name is Pusateri and I taught middle schoolers. Right. So you don't have to use Miss P's strategy, but Miss P is actually better than Pusateri as a middle school. You'll get it in a minute. So you don't have to use my strategy, but I want you to have it in case it's helpful for you. That's different than, no, you will use my strategy or you will get points taken off, right? Those two things are totally different, right? So giving them the option and saying, here's a strategy you can use, here's one that Johnny tried and he really found this one helpful, and here's a different one that Marco used and Marco liked that one a lot, right? So here's something you can choose from. If those don't work for you, find a strategy that works for you. That's really what we're thinking about as far as UDL goes, because that's really giving students the opportunity to take their learning into their own hands and increase their learner agency, which is super important. So I hope that clarified. If not, put some more questions on there for me and I'll answer.
And Jennifer, you said an important word there, opportunity. So when you look at the UDL framework, and we're going to break it down, each guideline is preceded with provide options for. Provide options for. And options really is also very closely related to opportunities. Provide opportunities for. It's not that we're dictating that everybody has to do all these different strategies. We're saying here's an option so that if that is a path that would be helpful for them, they can go that path. It's another way of thinking about it. All right. So what we're going to do now is we have just a little wee bit more information before we go to break, if that's okay. Were there any other questions that we would need to address for everyone? All right, and keep them coming on the back channel on the Bitly Google Doc, the Bitly link to the Google Doc, and we will continue to weave in those answers as we go. All right, so now we've talked about these 5 core concepts. These are things to keep in mind as we apply the UDL framework. So now we're going to dive into what UDL actually is. One of my goals is that when you leave tomorrow and someone asks you, what were you doing for 2 days, you have a clear and coherent answer for what UDL is. And that may sound more challenging than you think, okay? And this answer doesn't have to be the textbook answer, but it needs to be something that is true and that would resonate with the person you're talking to. Okay, so what is universal design for learning? Here is the most recent definition put out by CAST. I think they put it out in like 2018. I added the visuals because otherwise when I read the definition it just sounded like wah, 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 wah. So I had to add the visuals for myself and now I can remember the definition. But this is the definition. Universal design for learning is an approach. So they describe it as approach. It's not in of itself a curriculum or an initiative or a project. It's an approach. An approach to improve and optimize teaching and learning for all by setting clear, rigorous goals, anticipating barriers, and proactively designing to minimize those barriers. And this approach extends to lesson planning, curriculum design, designing professional learning experiences for adults, designing cars, really, it's this whole approach to setting clear, rigorous goals, anticipating barriers, and proactively designing to minimize those barriers. Here's another definition. This is a definition that I do only when I have slides with me. Okay. When I get asked what is UDL, usually my go-to response is, it's a framework, because I can remember that. UDL framework, it's a framework. And a framework is kind of like, it's a guide, right? A framework creates things that are bigger than itself. Right? You're using a framework to guide and help you make decisions. So it's a framework that considers learner variability, and it considers 3 ways that learners are variable. How they get engaged, how information is represented to them, and how they act and express what they know. So these are the 3 ways that the framework is considering learner variability. Now I've used colors because those are the same colors that appear on your framework. Engagement is the first column, the first principle. Representation is the second column, the second principle, the purple one. And then action and expression, multiple means of action and expression, is the third column or the third principle. And that's usually represented as blue. Okay? So UDL is a framework that considers learner variability in terms of engagement, representation, and action and expression. Those are the 3 principles. And those 3 principles are aligned with 3 neural networks. 3 networks in our brain. And those 3 networks control our motivation and affect, our perception, and our strategic planning. Now, if you look at the UDL framework, you'll notice there's a brain on top of each column. Most people don't even kind of gloss over it. There's a brain on top of each column. So if this is my UDL brain right here, it's my UDL brain, and I open it up and I get into the core, those are the motivation and affect, the affective networks. That's at the core, the affective networks. That's highlighted on the brain, has the green highlighted on that first column. And then if I go closer to my brainstem, those are the recognition networks that control our perception. Right here, recognition networks that control our perception. And then up front we have our strategic networks that can control our strategic planning, how we act and express on what we know. So that's what those brains represent on your UDL framework there. So those 3 principles are aligned with the 3 neural networks. And then as we mentioned before, the goal of UDL is to develop learners who are purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, and strategic and goal-directed. And each of those 3 factors align with the 3 principles. Another way to break this down is, this is why we do UDL, to develop expert learners. I was working with the state of Pennsylvania, and they were looking at how and why we were doing UDL in different districts. And one thing they noticed is, you know what, we're doing a semi-decent job in developing compliant learners. But we want expert learners, not just compliant learners, but expert learners. This is the goal of UDL. This is what UDL is. It's a framework or an approach with 3 principles. And this is how it works. The way we're able to anticipate learner variability is because these principles are aligned to the 3 neural networks that we use when we're learning. That's what allows us to anticipate, oh, we need to have some options in terms of how we're motivating students, or how students are being motivated, getting motivated, because we don't need to do all the motivating. They need to get motivated too. All right. So that's my lengthy definition that I use if I have slides. This is the one, if you bump me in the hallway, this is what I tell you. UDL is a framework to help educators provide options that proactively address learner variability. That is the shortest definition that I've been able to develop that I use when somebody stops me. But you need to be able to articulate this. As you move forward, one of the goals for tomorrow is to be able, and we're going to do it together, is to have your own definition for what is UDL. Any questions so far? All right, a few more things before we leave for lunch. As I mentioned before, we have the 3 neural networks, right? So there's the affective networks that control how we as learners engage with the content, how we get engaged. Then we have our recognition networks, right back here, that control how we perceive information. My recognition networks are what is telling me that these are 2 apples, and one is red and one is green. I know that the red one tastes a little bit more tart, and the green one's a little more tart, and the red one's a little sweeter, right? All of that's part of my recognition networks. I do a lot of work on the West Coast, and I was walking down the street, and I was walking with my friend, and I said, gosh, what is up with all these like little squat carrots you have on the street? I had never seen a kumquat. Maybe you've never seen a kumquat. I did not know what a kumquat was, but they're these little, they look like squat carrots, right? And she was like, you talking about a kumquat? And I was like, yes. I was like, what, do they taste like squash? Because I'm making connections, right? I'm making connections when I know, oh, does it taste like squash? I was like, no, it's a citrus fruit. Now it won't. Okay, now I'm getting a different sensation, right? All of those are our recognition networks. But what I've been exposed to is going to, that's why we talk about activating background knowledge, is going to change how I recognize things. And then lastly, we have our strategic networks, how we approach, how we show what we know. It's also our impulse control, right? And how we make better decisions, right? All of those are part of our strategic networks, and they're still forming for our youth till well after they are no longer with us. So we have to be patient with them in that area and help them with their executive functioning skills. So those 3 neural networks align with the 3 principles: multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, and multiple means of action and expression, because no one way is going to reach all our learners. So we need to have multiple means for each of the 3 principles. All right, last thing before we leave for lunch. There is a method to how this UDL framework is assembled. So we have our 3 columns. And they're meant to be in a column. So like you could even say like, you know what, I'm just gonna focus on engagement. I'm gonna fold the other 2 and just focus on this one. You could do that, right? If you need to kind of limit your scope. So each column is a principle. But there's also a structure in terms of the horizontal alignment as well. This first row is all about access, providing access. It's like the first level of getting engaged with content in a curriculum. And you'll notice on your framework, it has a little gray tab there that says access. So these 3 guidelines, recruiting interest, perception, physical action, I should mention, the guidelines are the words in bold. So for each principle, we have 3 guidelines. And so for the guidelines in that access row, it's all about basic access. Am I interested in what you're about to say? Basic access. Can I perceive it? Can I literally perceive it? Can I see or hear it? And then can I physically respond in a way that shows you what I know? It is basic access. And when I think back in 2005 is when I first started, because I was presenting on UDL for the state of Maryland before I started working with CAST. And when we were doing our UDL presentations then, we really focused on curriculum designers. And we said that UDL is all about giving all students access to the general education curriculum. That was what we said the purpose of UDL. But then we realized it's one thing to have access. It's another thing to fully engage and develop expertise. And so really we can't just stop at access. So this next level, this next row, the 3 guidelines that show up on this row are, you'll see the note build. Really we're thinking about how learners interpret and process information. We're not just accessing it, but now we're interpreting it and processing it. So it's one thing, if we're talking about engagement, to get motivated, recruiting our interest. It's another thing to sustain effort. How many projects have we started and then just didn't finish? Right? We're sustaining our effort, even when it's hard. It's not just about can we perceive it, but can we comprehend the language and the symbols? And it's beyond physically responding, but can we express and communicate our ideas? So this second row is about interpreting and processing. And then this last row, where it says internalize, here we're internalizing and we have opportunities for independent practice. This is where our learners really progress. We go from access to process to progress. Another way of thinking about it from like a instructional standpoint, if as a teacher, a lot of this top row is the I do. I and the instructor am doing these things to make sure that you have access. Then there's we do. Right? These are the things that the students are doing together and it's guided. And then there's you do. This is independent practice time. So that's another way of thinking about how the framework is broken down. I do, we do, you do, if that's easier. And then that takes us to our goal of developing expert learners. Okay? Any questions? Because this is where we are going to pause and let all of that digest as we digest our lunches. Any questions moving forward? So we're going to come back at 1:15, if that's okay. It gives you a few extra minutes to get to the car and all those things. 1:15. Okay? All right. We'll see you soon. One more minute. One more minute. We just have so many things to do. There's too many people to talk to. There'll be more, we'll call it collaborative learning opportunities. Turn over. We left off with talking about the UDL framework, the actual framework, and just a quick review on the terminology. There are 3 UDL principles. They are represented within each column. So multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, multiple means of action and expression, and they are color-coded. Then each of the 3 principles has 3 guidelines. The guidelines are the words in bold. So they're all preceded with provide options for. Recruiting interest, sustaining effort, and persistence, and self-regulation. Those are the 3 guidelines for engagement. Okay? Now, each of the guidelines has bulleted text. Those bulleted text lines are called the checkpoints. So those bullets are things that we as educators can use to check ourselves to see if we're thinking about options for example, sustaining effort. So if we look for providing options for sustaining effort, those checkpoints, are we heightening the salience of goals and objectives? Now that's a little bit fancy, but it means, are we showing that this goal is actually important and relevant to the students' lives? Are the students able to say, if I pay attention to that, it will matter? Okay, so it's a fancy way of saying, why does this matter? And then the other bullets there are other checkpoints related to just that guideline. I worked with one district where they were helping teachers implement UDL, where they just turned all the checkpoints into questions. Right, they turned them into questions. Really, these are like kind of like think abouts. Are we doing this? Are we thinking about this as an option? Are we thinking about this as a barrier? All right, so that's how the framework works. We have 3 principles, 9 guidelines, and I think it's like 32 checkpoints or something like that. But they're not meant to be done in a numerical order. That said, notice that you have a handout. Your framework has numbers. It's very tiny. The numbers are very small. Next to recruiting interest, you'll see a number 7. Now, it's a little bit, you're like, maybe you might be wondering, why does it go 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That's because this framework has gone through many iterations. When I first started presenting on UDL, the engagement column was last. And that's why it went in multiple means of interpretation was first. That's why it went in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then CAS decided to take all the numbers out, and then they flipped them. So really what was here was, then they moved engagement over, and then they flipped them. So there's lots of different versions. So if you see a version that doesn't look like this, it just means it was an old version of the UDL guidelines. All the words on the inside stayed the same, but where they put them on the chart changed. So that's something that you should be aware of. We are going to pay attention to the numbers for this next activity, which is why I was showing you those itty bitty tiny little numbers there. So next to recruiting interest, you'll see a 7, sustaining effort persistence, 8, self-regulation, 9. So we're just going to use those for this activity. It's not that they're supposed to be done in any particular order. And the activity that we're going to do is called the UDL Guidelines Carousel. Sometimes different presenters might call it Around the World. The purpose behind this activity is to help activate or supply background knowledge for each of the 9 guidelines. I do this with educators to help us make connections to what we've already been doing and connecting it to what does it mean in the guidelines. So you're going to be thinking about things that you've already seen happen in classrooms, and how does that fit to the UDL guidelines? Because usually as teachers start learning about UDL, let's say, oh, that's just good teaching. And it is true that many of the strategies that people will call UDL strategies, and as Jennifer reminds me, they're just UDL aligned strategies, are things that people have been doing for many, many years. But now we're doing them with the purpose of removing barriers to achieve clear and rigorous goals. And so we don't want to say that we're doing things totally new. We're not doing things totally new, or we're not doing something new. We're not doing something different. We're doing the same thing in a different way. And it'll make more sense as we keep going. But this is not another thing to do. It's another way of looking at the things that we already do. So you have your guidelines. You're going to need your guidelines for this activity. You're going to need to have them handy. And what we're going to do is we're going to generate ideas for each of the 9 guidelines. We're going to think about where have we seen examples of each of the guidelines in practice. Now you yourself are going to focus on one. There's lots of heads in this room. So you're going to focus on one guideline, and somebody else will focus on another, and then we're going to compile them into examples of how the UDL guidelines already show up in our classroom learning spaces. So you're going to ask yourself, where have you seen examples of this guideline? What strategies, resources, and tools can assist with providing learners with options with respect to this guideline? And we're going to do one together. So for example, if we look at guideline number 1, which is provide options for perception. It's right at the top middle, guideline number 1. And we think about how have we seen educators provide options for perception? What are things that we as educators or even PD designers do to provide options for perception? And then we can use the checkpoints to get some more insight. Are we offering ways to customize the display of information? Are we offering alternatives for auditory information? Are we offering alternatives for visual information? So just based on what you've seen in classrooms and professional learning spaces, how have you seen strategies, tools, or resources for providing options for perception? What have you seen teachers use? Pictures, right? So maybe not just having a vocabulary word or concept, but pictures to go with it. That would be providing options. What would be another example?
It's like a Nearpod on a tablet.
Yes.
One-to-one.
Yes, exactly. There's so many different digital tool features that provide options for perception, whether we're hearing it, seeing it, lots of options. For, even just being able to make text bigger, right, is an option for perception. So what you're going to do is you're going to focus on one guideline and you're going to brainstorm ideas. Now, ironically, there are actually 9 columns of tables. I counted like 3 times to make sure that this works. And so what we're going to do is we're going to divide up the task. You're going to focus on one, and I'm going to tell you which one that you're going to do. And you also have Post-it notes. And you're just going to brainstorm, jot down one idea per Post-it note related to a specific guideline. You're going to take about 3 minutes to brainstorm, actually 2 minutes to brainstorm, and then 1 minute to post your Post-it notes on these papers we have back here. So we have a giant guideline on this back wall, a giant UDL framework, I should say, on the back wall. And so here all the way to the left, we have recruiting interest, then we have sustaining effort. It goes 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what's going to happen is you're going to focus on your guideline for 2 minutes, and in the last minute, you're going to bring that guideline and bring your ideas for that guideline and post it on the chart. Cool. So now any questions before I give the numbers? Because once I give the numbers, nobody's paying any more attention. Okay, all right. So I think this is going to work. All right, so this column, so this table, that table, that table, these 9 people, you're going to focus on one. So you're going to focus on one, options for perception, and you're just going to brainstorm those ideas. This column, you're going to focus on 2, language and symbols. Here, you're going to focus on 3, comprehension. Here, you're going to focus on 4, physical action. So notice it goes to the blue, 4, physical action. This is going to be for 5, expression and communication. You're going to focus on guideline 5. You all are going to focus on guideline 6, executive functions. You all are going to focus on 7, recruiting interest. So these 1, 2, 3, recruiting interest. You all are going to focus on 8, which is sustaining effort and persistence. And last but not least, 9, which is self-regulation. I started to say self-assessment. Self-regulation, guideline 9. All right, does everybody know what to do? All right, take 2 minutes to brainstorm your notes on some Post-its, and then when you're ready, you can post them on the large Post-it paper.
One idea per sticky.
If you can do one idea per sticky note, it makes it a lot easier. One idea per sticky note. And feel free to talk to your neighbors, because the people near you have the same one if you want. just when we go through the guidelines, if you hop in with like, oh, and this, because basically what I do is I just show them a link to a Padlet that focuses on each guideline, and so then tomorrow when they start designing, they can go back to that as a resource.
That's the one Padlet we've already talked about. They have the link for.
No, so if you go to, if you look at the presentation, I don't know if you can see.
I gotta find it.
Okay, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. But within the presentation, I give, I think let me see if it works, if you can click on it or not.
I don't think so.
You might have to just like highlight it, but I also have another resource on my Padlet that just has a document that has all of the links. So basically, if you keep scrolling, okay, right, so just see if you can, see if that works, if it's active or if you have to copy and paste.
Oh, you do?
Okay, yeah. I tried. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I think it depends on the browser. And so it breaks down just that guideline. So tomorrow, when they're looking for ideas, they can. So I'm gonna.
Perfect.
But as we talk about it, I don't usually bring in like a lot of different ideas for the guidelines. But if you say, hey, here's an example of minimizing threats, blah blah blah.
Okay.
Just chime in. All right, make sure you're making your way to post your ideas.
Someone threw off their color coding.
And these are great. They come from a wide range of areas too. let's take 1 more minute to post. 1 more minute to post. These are very good lists. I think I'm going to take pictures of your lists. Sometimes the lists aren't that great, but these are good lists.
Plastic glass.
Well, I did this once with new teachers, and they just weren't ready.
Yeah.
It was like they were blank. I was like, oh. They needed more experience. I was like, let's focus on classroom routines. Now, as we're putting up the last few Post-its, we're going to leave these. Oh, wait, we might have to take them down overnight, but we'll put them back up for tomorrow. Because they're great concrete examples of what the guidelines mean. And when we start talking about what does UDL look like, it's intentionally designing with some of these options in order to remove barriers. And these are all options that your teachers have access to. So it's important to say, you know what? We've been doing some great things. And now we can build on that and apply the UDL framework so that we're able to use some of these even more intentionally and more proactively to remove some of the barriers that we hadn't seen before. And so it's just really important in terms of making connections to what we've already been doing and what we're learning to do now. That is a key distinction that we need to address when we're talking about adult learning. Because the great thing about adult learners is that we have a lot of background knowledge. And the challenging thing about adult learners is that we have a lot of background knowledge, right? And if it doesn't make sense with what we already know, we throw it away sometimes. And so we have to make this make sense with what we already know and are doing. So we'll talk about more about what does it look like when we apply some of these, for example, self-regulation strategies with a UDL mindset. So as we continue our conversation this afternoon, we're going to go into each guideline just a little bit. But then tomorrow, when you're applying the design process, you'll be able to dive into the guidelines as appropriate for what you are doing as a designer, whether it's for professional learning or classroom teaching. So right now it's just an itty-bitty little snapshot on each guideline, and then I do encourage you to take a look. We already took a few pictures, but take a look over the course of the day to see some of the ideas that are up there. All right, so we're starting with multiple means of engagement. This is considered the why of learning, the why of learning. And really with multiple means of engagement, we're thinking about how we as learners get engaged, but also as how we set priorities and how we stay motivated. So if you are following along in the slide, the PDF, you can actually click on the link in the PDF. Okay, so if you're following my slides in the PDF, and I'll tell you that you have it because otherwise you might go way down a rabbit hole and I might have lost you. So you'll be able to do this. You'll have time to work on this independently a little bit tomorrow. But if you're using the PDF, you can click on that URL and it will take you to a Padlet just focused on recruiting interest. And so it's tools, strategies, resources that are UDL aligned. They're not necessarily UDL tools. No, they're UDL aligned tools, strategies, and resources for each of the guidelines and then for each of the checkpoints. So this one's just focusing on recruiting interest, and you'll see examples of how to optimize individual choice. So there's an article on 5 ways to give your students voice and choice. There's examples of choice boards. There's an example of Schlechty's levels of engagement. There's also for each one of the checkpoints a link to more research. Well, if you want to see like, well, what is the research behind this? There is an article with research and different studies that have been done to support each of the checkpoints for each of the guidelines. Okay? So those are resources that you will have time to dive into a little more deeply. Right now we're just doing a window snapshot. And so when we think about options for recruiting interest, we are thinking about ways to offer students choice as a means of engagement. Because if their only way of showing what they know is not something that they feel comfortable doing, then we're already going to make something not interesting, not appealing, not motivating. We're also looking at how we might minimize threats. How are we making this a safe space for learning? And how are we making it relevant, connecting to real examples? Then if we keep moving down multiple means of engagement, then we get to sustaining effort and assistance. Oh, I'm sorry, did you need me to go back to my, you good? Okay, yes, you have a question? Yeah.
I have a quick question. So when it talks about authenticity, I guess in what context is that?
Yes, so let's talk about it. So when we talk about, for example, authentic, relevant examples. So you can look at this a couple of different ways. A lot of times in math, the question is, when will I ever use this? Right? So that might be a tough question to answer, but it's valid. You know, when will I ever use this? So that's kind of related to the purpose behind what we're doing. Also, I would say that, for example, being a person of African American descent, a lot of times the examples that I'm given look nothing like me. Right? So to what extent are we also including diverse perspectives in our examples? That would be another way to think about it. But and what's a good point with, I like your question, is it means what's relevant to the learner. Right? We can talk about what's relevant to us, but we already know it. Right? So what's relevant to the learner? What's authentic and relevant for the learner? But that's also a good place to explore when we look at curriculum in particular and assessment. So then if we continue down, so now we were at recruiting interest, now we're moving down to sustaining effort and persistence. Right? We have another Padlet there for us to look at really how do we make goals relevant? How do we vary demands to optimize challenge? I feel like that is a checkpoint that gets overlooked a lot. Optimizing challenge. Remember, it's students who need more challenge and students who need more support. And sometimes you'll be surprised at who steps up to be for more challenge. This is also where we talk about fostering collaboration and community. So how do we intentionally design opportunities for student-to-student interaction? We're also looking at mastery-oriented feedback. So sustaining effort and persistence, there was one that I noted under sustaining effort and persistence. It said, stop bleeding on papers. And I take it, it's to and it said e.g. conferencing. So taking time to conference with the student instead of just taking your red pen and marking all over the paper. I'm guessing that's what it said. I don't know if somebody who wrote that wants to say anything. But yes, that was you. Is that accurate? Okay, yes. Because it can be very deflating, right, to get a piece of paper that just has a bunch of red marks, where it can be a little bit more encouraging to have conferences with the students to talk about how they can improve their writing. Now, mastery-oriented feedback is important because mastery-oriented feedback means we're feeding forward. Students can do something with the information moving forward. So just getting a test grade is not necessarily mastery-oriented feedback. As a writing teacher, I would conference with the students, but I would also give a rubric and I'd give detailed feedback, and the students would get the piece of paper and they'd look at the grade and say, okay, and they toss it. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's valuable nuggets of information that you need moving forward. And so what I started to do was I would give them, we would meet, but then I also give them the paper with the comments without the grade. They had to set a goal, and then they got their grade, right? Because we weren't at standards-based grading yet at that point, and I had to assign grades, but I wanted them to understand this is information for you to move forward. Another resource that's on the Padlet to support sustaining effort and persistence with mastery-oriented feedback is a mastery-oriented feedback card. It shows some of, and this is based on the work of Carol Dweck and her book Mindset, The Power of Not Yet, having a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. Because some of the feedback that we give can actually promote a fixed mindset. And with this mastery-oriented feedback card, it gives examples of here are things to say. Here are the types of feedback that do promote mastery-oriented work. This is how we can praise the effort over the outcome. If we only praise the outcome, students are like, well, I'm just not good at that. Right? But if we look at praising effort over the outcome. So on this card, it gives some phrases to say, ways that we can support a growth mindset versus phrases to avoid. Okay? Things to avoid and why. The number one and probably hardest thing to avoid is, oh, you're so smart. Because if a student asks a question and the response is, you're so smart, when they get it right, what happens when they get it wrong? I'm dumb. I guess I'm just not good at that. I remember when my son came home in the 3rd grade and said, Mommy, I am not smart anymore. So what do you mean? He said, the teacher asked a question and I did not know the answer. But he had been going to school for 3 years where he already knew the answer to the question. They'd be like, oh my gosh, you're so smart, and keep it moving. And now he didn't know the answers already automatically. I'm like, no, this is a good thing. You are learning. He's like, this doesn't feel good. I don't like it. Right? But for years, he had been told, oh, you're so smart, only because he knew the right answer. And he wasn't working very hard at all. And now that he has to work, he felt like all of a sudden he was dumb, because now he has to work. And that's not what we want to do. So I've done workshops with teachers just on this whole, how do we integrate more mastery-oriented feedback into our practice in terms of sustaining effort. So this is a downloadable resource. Another thing that I want to talk to you about, this is one of the strategies in the Checking for Student Understanding cards called My Favorite No. Has anyone seen My Favorite No? A couple people have seen. Are these all the math people? Yeah. Okay. All right. So My Favorite No, we're going to take a look at it real quick just because this is another example of there are very few quote-unquote UDL videos. Right? But what we can do is we can take a look at some classroom experiences and say, here's an example of how a teacher is sustaining effort and persistence. So I'm going to try something different with a microphone. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to see if I can get it to hold here. All right, so we're going to take a look at this classroom video, My Favorite No, and as you watch, take note on what does this teacher do to sustain effort and persistence among the students. And this is a middle school math class. Middle school math class. All right, let's see if this works. If not, I might have to go back to my other rig. All right.
Okay.
Oh, play. You hear okay? All right. I might have to do this.
Hi, my name is Leah Alcala. I teach 8th grade math, and this is my warm-up routine that I do with my students almost every day. I call it My Favorite No. Okay. Good morning, you guys. Your warm-up is on the board. I'm going to hand out your index cards. I put a warm-up problem on the board. Hand out index cards to all the kids. Have them write their answer. I collect it, and then I sort it. And I say yes, no, yes, no. And I look for my favorite wrong answer or my favorite no's, and we analyze them. 4 minutes to work on it.
Sorry.
Everyone makes mistakes. We're going to see your mistakes, you're going to see my mistakes. But a mistake is your opportunity to share with me how much you understand. And if I don't know that you will know something, I need to teach you. The test is too late. And this is a great spot for me to teach you. Money for that, so instead of
right there. That's all right. Yeah. It's not doing anything.
And then I can just sort them as quick as possible and find out what percentage is done. Costs 40 cents instead of $15,000. Yes, so we have quite a few yeses and some very 2, 3. I then took that a step further, something I couldn't do with clickers. Look at the ones who are getting it wrong. How far are they from getting it right? And showing that work to the other kids. Okay, my favorite no. Someone wrote this. I say it's my favorite no because I want the kids to first of all recognize what they're about to see is wrong. And I want them to recognize that there's something good in the problem. Like there's mistake, but it's my favorite no because it showed some good math. So that's the wrong answer. But they did some things that I love. What in that problem am I happy to see? We always talk about what's right first, so that if it's any student's work, they are like, oh, I did do that right. There's mistake, but the mistake didn't ruin the whole thing. What do I like about this problem? Yeah.
Well, they distributed both with the 4x and the -2.
Very nice. And what? Today's lesson was on factoring, so I needed to make sure they understood how to distribute. They distributed, and what lets you know that they distributed? David?
How there's no more parentheses.
There are no more parentheses, and it just dropped the blank. So they're asked to distribute a term with a variable. They're asked to distribute it twice. They're asked to distribute a term with a negative sign, which is often a very common mistake that kids make. And my students do not. Like, I have 3 years of CST data now to show that one mistake my students do not make is distributing a negative, which is amazing because they used to all the time. Distributing -2 to -6 is +12. And that was one mistake I was absolutely looking for and I did not see it, which makes me very happy. Not until the very end, as we've gone over different sections of the problem that are right, that I will then ask, okay, now what is incorrect? What does this person not understand? Where's the mistake? If I get a third in my class raising their hand, ready to tell me the mistake, that it's pretty high engagement at that point. Yeah. Very nice. This 4x times 2x multiplies to 8x squared. Can someone convince me of that? How do we know that 4x times 2x is 8x squared? My low-level students are very engaged. They feel like they're not getting penalized for being wrong. They're not being made fun of. I'm not looking at them. There's no peer pressure at this point. They're like, wow, that's my mistake. And now I understand. It's very comforting. I mean, I feel very with my kids at all times. I'm not surprised by what they don't know. They're not surprised by what they don't know. It's how it should be. It creates more of a dialogue with me and them.
All right. Take a moment with your colleagues near you to talk about how does this teacher sustain effort and persistence, and how could you see this working in other classrooms per se?
Where's the link for that?
On my, oh, the video? Yes. It's not in there. Oh. It's on my Padlet, but the link on my Padlet goes to the teaching channel, which now you have to pay for. So there is a YouTube version of it. So if you go to YouTube and just search My Favorite No, that's the one I've been using.
Yeah, so let me find it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's the 5-minute one. The 5-minute 46 seconds or something like that, because the 3-minute one is not it. Yeah, because I had to, I'm trying not to use teaching channel right now. right, take about 30 seconds. 30 seconds to finish your thought. Okay, so as we debrief on this video, I do feel the need, whenever we use videos, classroom videos, in PD sessions like this, it's really important to frame the purpose. Because any video that I show, usually there's a moment where the teacher says something or something happens and I kind of cringe a little bit, like, I wouldn't have said that. Like I really, it irks me a little bit when she says, my low-level students, my heart always goes like this a little bit when I hear it. But there's a purpose for watching this and looking at how she sustains effort and persistence among her students. So what did you notice in terms of sustaining effort and persistence in her classroom? In this math routine that she has. This is her warm-up routine. Yes?
She talks about how she sets up a safe environment by not flagging out, oh, this is Julie's work, she did it wrong, let's find her error. But she's actually rewritten the problem in her own handwriting, and she's saying, hey, this is my writing now, I'm going to take ownership.
Yeah, and she even says it's my favorite note, right? Like, so she's saying this is a person who made a mistake. That's all right. Mistake's an opportunity to learn, but I'm also making it safe, so you don't get to judge that individual person because now I'm taking it on as my favorite note. What else did you notice? Yes.
Everything was super positive. Let's show what we love about it first.
Mm-hmm.
Fix the mistake to make it better.
Right. What does this person not yet understand, but celebrating the things they did right? Brady.
I love how she didn't ignore the mistake too, because positivity doesn't mean like not teaching,
or not correcting.
Like,
yeah.
There's this one book that I read, like teaching math is the same as giving hugs. You know, like,
yeah.
You gotta like teach positively without being too positive.
Yes, no, that is so true because there was something that needed to be corrected, and we're doing students a disservice if we don't address that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she says, my favorite no, because there's something wrong, right? Was it Mackenzie? Did you? Yeah.
And I liked how every student was able to do this activity.
Mm-hmm.
Because you had your students like, oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of student that, oh wait, I did that.
Mm-hmm.
So now it pertains to every single student, and it can pertain to our classrooms that are 40 students plus.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Yeah.
This is something that is doable.
Right.
So usually when I'll do these sessions, at least somebody says, that's something I can do tomorrow. That's a takeaway, I get it, I know how to incorporate it. And the other thing about this is a good example of reaching all the learners. Like it really is thinking about both ends. Because when do the students find the right answer? Not until the very end. Because there are students who are still waiting to see, okay, I think my answer's right. Right? They're still waiting to see because they don't know until the very end whether or not their answer is the correct answer. And so everyone's engaged the whole time. It has a little bit of a mystery element to it. So everyone's engaged. And if I do know the steps, I can, she said something, can you convince me of that? Right? So there's that opportunity. Anne.
I also think that this gives, this helps them to value the process, like, and not just, okay, I don't just want the right answer. I want you to understand exactly why you're doing what you're doing, so you can explain that. Because, as we transition, we're standards-based.
Yes.
That's more valuable than just, hey, we get the right answer.
Right. What's the process we went to get there is equally as important. And the other thing about that is so many times everybody has this in their school where they have a space where they highlight the A+ work, right? They have the board of achievement. Yep. Right? But if we only put up the board of achievement, we never show all the messy things that happened to get to that final board of achievement. And if I'm already feeling like I have a fixed mindset and I can't, and all I see are exemplars, how do we show the process to becoming an exemplar? That's a key component of sustaining effort and persistence. All right, so this is one of the strategies that's mentioned in the Checking for Understanding cards, and it's something that, with some adaptation, obviously, can be applied to other subject areas as well. You might have to be a little creative. As a language arts teacher, I had to think about it as more exit entry, just because I needed more time to be able to figure out who I was going to highlight. All right, so now as we move down to the last guideline under multiple means of engagement, we're looking at providing options for self-regulation. providing options for self-regulation. And here, and actually there were a lot of really great examples that you all have there under the self-regulation, particularly around making sure that it's connected to goals and giving students opportunity to self-assess. Making sure expectations are clear is huge. One of the things I do for CAST is instructional rounds, and we were doing instructional rounds in one of the states, and we were particularly looking at how teachers set up the goal of the lesson. And one of the teachers said, all right, our goal for today is to get to the end of page 3. Right? That's not exactly motivating, right? But so we want to have expectations around the learning. We want those expectations around learning to be clear. So I feel like I need to make that specific. That was when I thought back and I was like, well, I guess I did say make expectations clear, but expectations around the learning clear. It's also, do we have the resources available so that students can self-regulate? Are we thinking about coping strategies? I'm working with my kids right now around anxiety, and just what are some coping strategies around anxiety? What do you say to yourself when you're stuck? Right? And do we provide opportunities for self-assessment and reflection? Those are all the things that are part of that guideline. And I know that you, Jennifer, use this too, the mood meter. The mood meter doesn't look like that anymore. I have an old picture of what the mood meter looks like. Mood meter has a little bit different look to it, but it isn't, I use the 99-cent mood meter version because the free mood meter version makes noises and has commercials. But it's an app where students can think about, how am I feeling in this moment? They can attach a word to it. They can record why they're feeling that way. And one of the reasons why I like this app is because students also have the opportunity to say, well, if they're in the red or the blue, they can say, well, do I want to stay here or do I want to shift? And you can build in strategies to help the student shift to a more positive state of mind. So that's an example of a tool that could be used for options around self-regulation. So that's engagement, and as I mentioned, engagement used to be last on the chart, but now CAST has moved it more to the forefront because they felt like it was being placed as kind of an afterthought. But as we move to multiple means of representation, this is where teachers tend to feel the most comfortable in terms of thinking about ways to adapt what they're doing in the classroom. Because as teachers, we represent information. That's what we do, we represent, right? So we represent information, and so if teachers are feeling a little bit reluctant to get started, or if you yourself are like, I'm not sure where to begin, usually these guidelines are where teachers feel most comfortable starting. So the multiple means of representation is really around the what of learning. How are we taking information in and making sense of it? How are we gathering facts, categorizing what we read, see, and hear? And just to give you an example, because sometimes it's hard to recognize that what we see is not what everybody else sees. Sometimes it's hard to recognize that, especially when we're experts in our subject area. So if you don't mind, we're going to take a look at this from the Today Show. If you had the pleasure of escaping this debate, let me summarize for you. There was a newlywed couple, and the bride was looking at the pictures, and she said, oh my goodness, I cannot believe this woman wore a white dress to my wedding. And the groom said, what are you talking about? That is a blue dress. And she said, no, it is a white dress. So they had the argument and took it to the Today Show. And so now I'm going to do a little survey here. How many people here see a white dress? You see a white dress? See a white dress? It's white. Okay. Does anybody here see a blue dress?
Clearly they're wrong.
So I see a blue and black dress. But if you see a white dress, what is it? White and what?
Gold.
White and gold. You see white and gold. I've yet to find a picture where I can see white and gold. One time I saw a white and gold dress because somebody had my slides up on their computer and I stood at an angle like this and I could see a white and gold dress. But everything else is blue and black. Okay, what about now? Now is the last one blue for most people? Yeah. Is the last one white for anyone? No. My husband claims it's still white on the end. I don't know. I think he's making that up. You see white? You see white on the end? Oh, okay, baby, you're with him. Okay, yeah. No, I had to look the science up because I was like, how does he see a white dress? Every single one for him is a white dress. Every single one for me is a blue dress. Because our eyes perceive color and shadow differently. For me, this is a blue dress in a bright light. And if you see a white dress, you see a white dress in a shadow. But your brain is telling you it is a white and gold dress. And for something as simple as this, we're looking at the same picture and we can take away different meaning from it. What'd you say?
How blue do you see it?
So, I mean, it gets progressively more blue, but I would say this is more like a periwinkle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely blue. It's a and I never see gold anywhere. I don't know where the gold is. It is blue and black. It is blue and black. But we can be looking at the same thing and take away very, very different meanings. So we have to remember that when we're teaching and when we're representing information. By the way, it is a blue dress. It's a blue dress. If you see it in real life, there's no doubt it's a blue dress. It's when you're having to make meaning from a picture. It's when you're making meaning from a picture that you aren't sure. But if you see in person, it is clearly a blue dress. All right. So we need to have multiple ways for students to take in information and make meaning of it. Because some things are going to resonate, some things won't. We'll see the same thing, make different meanings. And so when we talk about options for perception, we're looking at the way information is displayed, the way auditory information is presented, visual information is presented. So there's lots and lots of different tools specifically related to like Google Read and Write. Google is doing so many things in terms of options for perception and even physical action as well. And so this is also where we see a lot of digital tools, digital tools and resources in terms of presenting information, because there are just so many things that you can do with the digital version of it that you can't necessarily do with a hard copy. That said, hard copies have their place too, right? So we have to just think strategically about providing options, not going all the way necessarily, but providing options. As we move down, we look at language. So when I was a middle school principal, we were under state watch, so we were on the bad list, and we were trying to get off. And we spent a whole year just focusing on providing options for language and symbols. A whole year. Because when we looked at our students, our middle schoolers, we saw a really wide range of variability just in terms of the words they knew. How many words do you know, and do you know what to do when you get to a word you don't know? That was a huge gap. So we just spent a whole year focusing there on language and symbols. And so here's another opportunity to use digital text with built-in vocabulary. This is where you see cross-language supports, word walls. There are tons of great resources on that language and symbols #2 guideline chart over there that I encourage you to take a look at. Now here's why language and symbols are so important. This is another individual activity for you. Okay, you're not allowed to look at your neighbor's paper. Everyone take a minute to jot down a definition for the word cell. C-E-L-L, so starting with a C, C-E-L-L. Does anyone want to share their definition? Yes. Is it Malia?
You know it. A small confined area inhabited by inmates.
That is a valid definition, but guess what? Not what I was thinking of today. Wrong definition, sorry. Good effort though, Malia, good effort. Anybody else want to try a definition?
Smallest unit of life.
Smallest unit of life, also valid. Not on my list today, not on my list today. I think, Robert, were you raising your hand?
Yep, a secret clandestine group that coordinates a project.
Yes, as in a terrorist cell. Also, definitely did not make my list. Yeah. No, gosh, nobody's on the same page as me today. I'm talking about I know, the mobile phone, slang term, cell phone, right? That's where I was going. But if I had just added a picture, we would automatically all know what I was talking about. Some days I am talking about the smallest unit of life, though. Some days I am talking about this representation of a cell. And there are days when I am talking about this one. We're talking about that. And then sometimes I'm also talking about the cell in the spreadsheet. I don't really know how to do, I'm scared of what picture I might put for the terrorist cell example. So we're going to stick with that one. I don't want to be racially insensitive or anything like that. Yeah, a bomb. That's true. A bomb. That would be a good one. That'd be a good one. All right. And so, all right. So here we have different ways to represent the word cell. And just having a picture can automatically eliminate a lot of confusion. If we think about the second one, for example, the biology cell, and we think about biology classrooms, there's more vocabulary in a first-year biology course than there is in a first-year world language course. To what extent are we using pictures to help students understand in our classes? To what extent are we assuming everyone knows what we're talking about? So that simple adding picture cues can really be a great benefit. Another resource that we used at our school, the Academic Language Functions Toolkit, where it has strategies around 13 different academic language functions. So there are the tier 2 vocabulary words is what this is focusing on. So things like synthesize, summarize, compare and contrast, inquiry, right? How do you do some of those tier 2 vocabulary words that are really critically important? So it has graphic organizers to go with it. It has sentence starters, cue words, things to look for and use and apply. And so I found that was a really valuable resource, and you can download it off the Padlet. We spent a lot of time here. And then as we continue down multiple means of representation and we talk about options for comprehension, there are also options related to activating background knowledge, highlighting patterns, information processing and visualization. And we're actually going to do a comprehension activity together. We're going to do a comprehension activity together. This one, has anyone ever used a top hat organizer before? Top hat organizer. So I like these a lot better than the Venn diagram. So usually when we're comparing and contrasting, we kind of default to the Venn diagram, differences on the outside, similarities in the middle. Well, with a top hat organizer, not only can you compare two concepts, but you're looking at parallel differences. How are they different? And it gets at a deeper meaning, and it also helps with the transfer of that knowledge and information. So today, because this is important for us to understand this distinction, we are going to compare UDL and differentiated instruction. All right, you may be wondering, how are they different? We are going to find out together. So, in your handout, I believe you have an article that says UDL intersections. You have a copy of it. That's there for you to underline, highlight, make notes if you want. In this Ziploc baggie, you have a top hat organizer, and there's one per table, so groups of 3 have to share.
There you go.
All right, so you have a top hat organizer, and what you can do, you may use the article for background information. And then I've also scaffolded this activity by providing you with little chips, little rectangle chips that have things that are either differences or similarities. So one of the chips says, making decisions about materials, methods, and media. This might be a difference, or this might be a similarity. If it's a similarity, it goes at the bottom. If it's a difference, you have to figure out if it's UDL or differentiated instruction, and then place it on the top hat organizer as appropriate. So you have the chips to use, you have the article to use, you can work together. Are there any questions? All right, let's take a few moments. Let's take about 5 minutes, and then we'll check to see what you come up with on your top hat organizer after 5 minutes. And remember, there's a copy of this article in your handout if you want to write on the one in your handout. one of the things I did over winter break was make all of these. I was like, I need to get myself organized because I just kept making copies. And I was like, I just need to make sets. But this is the most sets I've ever had to use.
love the way he was something, but if I plan something knowing, I feel like it's like my first day of class presentation in college. Like, I know I'm going to have a fair variety of learners, and I'm going to plan something that's going to be hopefully at least right. Actionable for everyone. Right. And there's I like it. And this is
All right, take a moment to compare your responses. Now, keep in mind, your bullets don't need to be in the same order, right? They can be in different orders. They just need to be opposite the correct difference. I could tell from your conversation you did.
Talked about it without explicitly.
Well, you're saying, oh, you were comparing the two, and you were saying, oh, but in this you would do this. Without even knowing. I thought you knew, but. All right. So now, I imagine that Carol Ann Tomlinson might be like, this is a little bit of a simplified version of differentiated instruction. Which is probably true, right? This is kind of a simplified version of in the brief. They give a simplified explanation of what differentiated instruction is. But this is a pretty clear way of understanding their distinctions. Okay, so UDL is meant to be proactive design, whereas differentiated instruction is more responsive. I don't like to say it's reactive. I feel like that can have a negative connotation, but it's more responsive to individual student needs. In UDL, you need to understand learner variability in the 3 principles. With differentiated instruction, you do need to know the student. If you're implementing in a combination, you need to know the student, okay? And then with UDL, we focus on the 3 principles: multiple means of representation, action, expression, and engagement. Differentiated instruction, you focus on content, process, product. That's what we all learned in teacher ed programs, right? So it's important to make connections to what teachers are already knowing and doing. And it's not that UDL replaces differentiated instruction. They're actually meant to go together. They're meant to complement each other. They're more proactive. Hopefully, the easier it will be to be responsive. And also, the easier it'll be for students to be able to respond and move. Any questions about this? Any questions about this? And there are other articles that I think go in a little deeper explanation, but I felt that this is kind of a nice intro level conversation. All right, was it valuable seeing the 2? Yeah. Okay, all right, just making sure. All right, so if you don't mind putting them, so this is, I spent so much time over the winter break cutting these things up. So, and then they make these bags literally ½ an inch too short, so I had to cut off, I had to cut all the pieces of paper. So if you could just put them back in the paper clip and then put them all in the Ziploc, that'd be awesome. I was like, why can't they make these little bags just so... Exactly, like, don't blow your nose. Yeah.
Don't ruin my classmates.
Yes, exactly. Please don't make smiley faces on there, you know. All right. So now, as I mentioned, multiple means of representation is usually where teachers feel most comfortable getting started. Multiple means of action and expression is usually where, as educators, we feel the least comfortable, because action and expression is all about the students doing. So if you look at the list of tools and strategies under in the purple section, which is actually kind of more magenta, but let's say it's purple, the multiple means of representation, some of those tools,
You sure it's not blue?
I know, right? I'm guessing. Some of those tools and strategies can actually appear in multiple means of action and expression if the student is using them. Action and expression is all about how students plan their learning, organize their thoughts, express their ideas. It's how learners show what they know. And I've seen in many cases, this is really where it makes the biggest difference, because it's so frustrating to have all these ideas and not be able to express them. So we're going to do an activity that, actually, nope, before we do that, let me give you another metaphor here. And so if we're thinking about action and expression with UDL, it's very similar to a GPS navigational system. Okay, so this is kind of how multiple means of action and expression works. So when you are using a navigation system, what is the first thing that you have to enter? Your destination. The very first thing you have to put in is your destination. Then it'll ask you, are you starting from your location or somewhere else, right? It'll give you the option, but sometimes it'll default to your location. But the very first thing you have to enter is where you are going. With UDL, and you're doing multiple means of action and expression, the very first thing you have to think about is the goal. Where are students going? So then once you've identified this is where I'm going, this is where I am right now, or where I'm starting from, then what does the system ask you? It gives you some choices, and what are some of the choices? So mode, do you want to walk, drive, take the bus? What was the next thing?
Add another stop.
Right, do you need to add another stop along the way? Do you want to avoid tolls, scenic route, highways, fastest route, shortest route, right? So all of those are options. Let's say you choose a route and you make a wrong turn. What does the system say?
Recalculating.
Recalculating, rerouting. It never says 6 out of 10, you fail. Never says that, right? It says, okay, turn around, or let's just go this way, but we're going to keep going until we get to the goal. That's kind of how multiple means of action and expression works. You have a clear goal. The goal doesn't change, but there are different routes to get there, different paths to get there, different ways you can achieve your goal, and we're focused on that end destination. So one more activity that we're going to do, this requires your sense of humor, hope you have it from lunch. You're going to need a scrap sheet of paper, and the paper that you used for the numbers actually works really well, because it's already divided into quadrants. It's already divided into quadrants. Sorry, I closed that door earlier and I didn't realize that it locks people out. So we could, until I got locked out. And I was like, ooh, shouldn't have closed that door. All right. So this is all about the importance of having multiple ways to show what you know. With your dominant hand, the hand that you normally write with, please write your name. So everybody has a piece of paper, 4 spots. No matter where? Anywhere on the, but you're going to need a large sheet of paper for this. Okay, so you write your name with your dominant hand. And just choose your first name or your last name, whichever one has the fewest letters. Maybe a nickname. Okay, so you got your name. Now switch, write your name with your non-dominant hand. Non-dominant hand. Okay, now I'm gonna give you a few. You can choose to use your mouth for this next one. You can write your name with your mouth, or because it's cold and flu season, if you don't want to use your mouth, or if that is not your writing utensil, you can use your elbow. So you can write with your mouth or your elbow of your dominant hand, probably, and write your name again. Now, your dominant elbow is actually, if you can write in cursive with your dominant elbow, it is surprisingly effective. Yeah, it is. There's so much that it's just that side of your body. but it messes it up and you have to pick it up. You're like, whoa. Yeah. All right. Okay. One more. Here's the challenge now.
Okay.
Now the last one is to write your name with your foot, or you can write with your foot or your chin. This is how you write your name with your chin. You have to put your pen here, and it requires getting low and low, and you write your name with your chin. It's a little bit more difficult for some ladies. Ladies have a disadvantage with the chin writing. Are you coming tomorrow? Okay. All right, so now let's see. Oh my goodness, Robert. Robert, what happened? Did you try on the last one? Oh my goodness. Now, what if I were to judge?
Tomorrow we have a meeting.
Okay, great.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, good, thank you. What if I were to judge how well Robert knew his name? But did you use your foot or your chin?
Chin.
Okay, I'm going to judge Robert how well he knows his name by how he wrote it with his chin. What would my assessment be?
Awesome.
Awesome. I might be like, whoa, we need, yeah. So I might wanting to give him some labels, right? But really, I've given him a mode that is very ineffective for him to show what he knows. He knows so much more than what he's able to do by writing with his chin. And for some of our students, some of our assessments are like writing with their foot. And not only are we judging how much they know by how well they're writing with their foot, but they're also making decisions about themselves as a learner. And so even though there may be this standardized assessment at the end of the year that is multiple choice and we can't change it, do students really need to write with their foot all year long? No. Right? So there's some things that are out of our realm of control. But options for students to show what they know, that's within our realm of control. And so that's what multiple means of action and expression is all about. Thank you for indulging me on that activity. You were all very good sports. Very good sports. All right. And so I like to do that activity just so teachers can understand that even though there's some things about assessment we can't change, we can provide flexible means on a day-to-day learning experience. And so multiple means of action and expression starts with just how can students physically respond? Are we only doing, I ask a question, one student answers? Is that the only way to physically respond? Is the only way to physically respond through a paragraph? Are we providing options for students to physically respond and show what they know? And this is also, guideline number 4 is where you see a lot in terms of assistive technology. That's where a lot of assistive technology comes in, is with options for physical action. This is also where you see using manipulatives or active learning strategies. We did 4 corners, right? Or you can do other ways. The total physical response movement is another example of that. And then as we move down, we get into expression and communication, helping students compose their ideas and express their thoughts. So first, can we physically respond? 2, how are we organizing our ideas so that we can fully express them? And this is where you might see a lot of different tools to compose and communicate, writing processing tools as well as speech to text or text to speech, etc. You might see models, templates, exemplars, using graphic organizers, sentence starters, sentence frames, all things that are helping students express themselves. And here's the thing, a lot of these options for expressions may be necessary for some, but good for all. And it may be necessary at one point, and then students might not need it. Right? With scaffolds, those are things that may be necessary at some point, but eventually can fade away. Sometimes when I work with teachers, they'll say, oh my gosh, you just want us to spoon feed the students. That's not what UDL is. But I also ask them, how did you learn how to eat? At some point, you were spoon-fed. You're not still spoon-fed because you didn't need it. And if you had to choose, you would choose to feed yourself, right? But if you live long enough, you might be spoon-fed again, right? And so this isn't about spoon-feeding. This is about giving people what they need in order to achieve a goal, and then they can eventually choose for themselves whether or not they need it. Okay? All right, no one looks at a baby and says, you're just not motivated. Right? All right, lastly, under multiple means of action and expression is executive functions. This is my life right now, where I have 2 adolescents and we're working on executive functions. Oh my goodness. And so just making sure that we have all our things in order. And this Padlet actually has a lot of great resources, because really this is where you need to help learners. There comes to a point where you can only tell an adolescent so many things. They have to, choose, because you just don't understand, right? So they have to have options to choose from themselves. So there are a lot of different strategies here. And really, with executive functions, we're really thinking about goal setting, helping our learners design solutions and anticipate barriers in advance. Agenda, having a clear agenda is huge, just knowing where we're going. Giving them a way to support support their own planning and progress monitoring. I think under executive functions, I saw a lot of good ideas around, how do you help students monitor their time, or how do you help students organize where they need to go, how to get from here to there. I was working again with another college environment. We were talking about the value of checklists. And the teacher said, or the faculty member said, I don't want to feel like they're adult learners. I want to baby them by giving them a checklist. And I said, well, pilots use checklists. Hospitals use checklists. This is a good thing. They use checklists because people were dying, right? Checklists are valuable even for adults. And then the faculty member said, oh my goodness, I just realized something. When I design my online courses, I provide a checklist, because the online experience is harder for me. But when I do face-to-face, I've been assuming that they don't need a checklist, because I've been operating in terms of what's comfortable for me. And so we really have to think about what might be a barrier for others, not just learners like ourselves. And so executive functioning is really helping our learners think through, how am I going to get from where I am to over there and find the path that's most meaningful for myself. One of the resources on the Padlet is CAS Top 10 Tips for Assessment, and this is really good if you're still struggling with this idea of standardized assessment versus classroom assessment. The number one, I'll give it away, the number one thing is to be clear on the goal. Because one of the biggest issues we see with assessment is we're not measuring what we say we're measuring. So be clear on the goal, and then that's what's going to allow us to be flexible in the options. So as we're going to start to wind down a little bit. We only have a few more minutes today. But tomorrow, when you take a moment, when you have a chance and you kind of look at some of those strategies, tools, and resources, think about which of these items have we been using for just some? We're saying, oh, they're essential for some, but can we design it into the environment so that all have access to them? Okay. Something to think about. All right, and then something else to think about. Over this morning and this afternoon, there were a lot of things that we did to model UDL. So we talked about mastery-oriented feedback. We offered opportunities for you to collaborate and reflect. Those would be under engagement. We included visual cues with our vocabulary. One thing on their list group label, we didn't do that because we didn't have time today. But it's on your deck in case you want to look at the information on how to do that. We used the Top Hat Organizer. And then throughout the day, we were checking for understanding. We provided options for responses. And we started the day by goal setting, and we're trying to continue monitoring that as we go, because we're going to have a reflection opportunity moving forward. So just think about, these are some of the strategies that we've modeled and we'll continue to model. Also, I added this slide because I had a few questions This is the book that I have coming out February 14th. It's all about applying UDL to designing professional development. You actually don't need to understand UDL in order to use this book, but it does have 40 strategies that are all aligned to the UDL guidelines. So it's 40 concrete strategies that you can use to improve adult learning. I was originally thinking about this so that teachers would never have to sit through another painful faculty meeting. It was originally my goal. Because I was like, why do these faculty meetings have to be so painful? Or just any professional development. So that's why I say you don't actually have to need to know all the details around UDL to be able to apply the learning. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a 2-minute stretch break. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go looking for UDL. We're going to take a 2-minute stretch break, and then we're going to go looking for UDL, and then I promise we will finish by 3 o'clock today. Okay?
Yeah, it's great.
I think the easiest thing is the back channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Professional learning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, supercharge professional learning. It's on the CAST professional learning page, but then you have to go to like the full catalog, and it's the first one on the full catalog. Yeah, supercharge professional learning.
So is this? I have a question.
Yes.
So is it like? Because I associate a lot of this with like how you start class.
Okay.
And then this kind of like, you know.
You could look at it like that.
Mm-hmm. But is everything really like more simultaneously happening? Or how, like,
so they are more kind of like all happening at the same time, but that is a valuable way to think about it. Like if you're just trying to think about how can I, because it's what's more important instead of what is it supposed to be, what's more important is how can I integrate this into what I'm doing. So if it's more valuable to say, you know what, I'm going to look at this to think about how I'm just setting that initial engagement, and I'm going to look at this in terms of how the students are able to access the content, and I'm going to look at this to make sure that they're able to like show what they know, especially at the end when I'm doing the exit ticket or whatever you're using, then that's a valuable way to apply the framework.
Because I was thinking just, you know, if I was teaching this to other teachers, I could see a lot, at least a lot of the teachers I work with, seeing this like, this is how you develop a lesson plan, right? Like, I think sometimes they just want like more of a...
They want more of a, like a, they want more of a like, I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this, and I do this. And that is really hard to do. Yeah, those are principles. And so like, yeah, it's not a checklist. What we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to start, if you want steps, the steps are, actually have nothing to do with this. The steps are, what's your goal? And then once you identify some barriers, then you say, okay, that barrier relates to language, or that barrier relates to executive functions, and then you look at strategies. But for some people, I say, you know, get in where it feels comfortable.
This all resonates. It's just
teaching it to others.
Kind of all in one toolbox. Gathered together and backed up by research. I think is the biggest thing because you know you have colleagues that will like scoff at it.
Well, they'll scoff at it and then be like, actually, there's tons of research around this. You know, there's
33 worksheets that I've been using for 40 years.
They work
just the same.
They work the same.
I love that this is backed by science.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm working with some districts or like teams of teachers where they are using it. So like there's the research, but then there's also your own like action research. So they're using it specifically to target like work completion. Mm-hmm. They're looking to see how much work is getting completed. They're like, and so they're like, okay, well if we go this from a UDL approach, what are some barriers to getting work completed? And then they're like, oh my gosh, one of the biggest barriers to getting work completed is actually, what do they identify? Is absences. They could tie so many of their like incompletes back to absences. And then it was students they're sick, they come back, they're like, I don't know, I wasn't here. Like, does a student know what to do when they come back from being absent. And then that's compounded by all their other courses. And so then they started working on, all right, let's just employ this set of strategies around what to do when students are absent. So they did all executive functioning stuff when students are absent, and then they're tracking work completion. So you can also do your own research, because some people are like, yeah, and so I mean, like when you can make it that specific, like, and then they're using that because they're kind of like the pilot team, and then next year they're going to share what they've been doing, and so now they're like, look, we did this the whole second semester compared to the first semester. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they
I went on the website and it was like, how can we help them? Like,
yeah. So this is a group I worked with last week in Grass Valley, California. But they're using executive function strategies. So I've been working with them for like 2 years now. And so in the next year they're going to take some of that. They have to start taking the lead on sharing this with their other teachers. So they're like, well, we need to have some stuff to go with us. So they're like, all right, let's track this. But they came up with that whole thing. Yeah, but just through the design process. Yep. And so exactly, it's them sharing with other teachers. And so I'm like,
admin coming out saying you're going to learn this.
And the teachers are going to be looking like, wait a minute, how come you've got all this work coming in? You know, how come you've got all these kids like doing what they're supposed to do? So that's their, and they're also finding ways to like record their journey. So like taking pictures and student interviews and stuff like that. Yeah. So you think about, you know, as you're just getting started, but think about ways that you can really like capture the journey and make it real and like tangible. For some of the other teachers, because that's what's going to make people want to do it. Not, oh, somebody said to do, yeah, make them want. Yeah, I say, find a way to make it contagious. Make people like, I need to know what you're doing.
Where did you say we could find those 10 tips for assessment?
Oh, yes. Let me look on your computer. Can I? I have to remember which kind. I think it's under articles or briefs. I have to look. Is your computer up? It's on the Padlet. If you go on the Padlet, I don't know if you. Yes. Okay. Look. So that's fostering learners. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I think it's here. It's here somewhere. Is that the bottom? Okay. It might be under tools and strategies. I'm gonna find it. I don't. Yeah, I think it might be under this one. Keep going. I need to reorganize my stuff. Oh, go one more. There it is. Sorry. Tools and strategies. I don't know why I have things that are very similar in 2 different places. I'm gonna work on that. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, that wasn't, oops. Okay. Let's come back together. Ooh. Is that me? Okay. So, with our remaining time, we are going to visit one last classroom. We are going to visit kindergarten. And I worked with this one high school district, and I was reluctant. I didn't show this video, which I usually use, and instead I just used high school videos. And then afterwards, one of the other people I was working with, she goes, who worked in that district, she's like, you know, there's this one video called Targeting Learning with Success Criteria. I was like, you mean the kindergarten one? She's like, yes, that's the best video. So I feel like everybody can really learn from this one. But what we're going to do is, now that we've talked about the 3 principles, we're going to watch this and it goes by very quickly. It's a very quick video. Look for where you see examples of multiple means of engagement, representation, and action and expression. So where do you see these principles and guidelines at work in this classroom? And where do you see the development of expert learners? Okay, so you're looking for evidence of the 3 principles and expert learners in this kindergarten classroom. It's a writing assignment that they're doing. It's a writing lesson. All right. Oops, wrong way. Okay. Oh, I forgot to make it big. Okay. I can't tell if closed caption is on or not.
So let's look at the expectations or criteria for success together.
I use criteria for success with my students to help them know what the steps are in achieving our learning targets for a specific lesson. You guys help me remember what we need to do in our writing?
Yeah.
All right. In today's lesson, we had 6 criteria for success. The students were looking at each other's work and making their feedback correlate with the criteria for success. So this is Nathan's piece. Be looking not only for the things he did really well, but also for the things that you want to suggest so he meets the criteria for success.
You did a good job on the picture, but you need a period. You did a good job on starting with an uppercase letter, and you need to do lowercase letter.
Okay. I know that they know what the criteria for success is, and being able to find what's missing in their peers' writing helps me to know that they're going to be better at applying it in their own work as well. Eli, which side? This one? Today, the kids even brought up an additional strategy for remembering spaces between letters and words.
You need to work on having spaghetti space.
Using a spaghetti space between letters and a meatball space between the words. Okay. All right, will you read it to us?
Batman.
At the beginning of the school year, my students, for the most part, weren't reading. And so I added some visual cues to the criteria for success. And those images have sort of stayed with them. And I actually used photographs from our classroom and samples of student work. Also, I wanted to use the kind of language that the students use in class to talk about their work.
She made meatball spaces.
She did make meatball spaces. Certainly the spaghetti and meatballs is right out of their vocabulary. The suggestions from your peers were that you need to use lowercase letters. This is really my first year with criteria for success, and I do see that being specific about what the expectations are, the students are able to do it. I think you're ready to do the illustration. Expecting them to do it without telling them what I was expecting did not work out nearly so well. I can't wait to see how this works out.
All right, so take a few moments at your tables to talk about where did you see examples of the principles in action? Just with your colleagues near you. Okay, take about 30 more seconds to debrief with your group. 30 more seconds.
One of the things that I want to
All right. So what did you notice? Where did you see examples of the principles in action? I feel like I've been neglecting this side, so I was going to stand over here. Maybe I'll set up over here tomorrow.
Yeah, stay with it.
I feel like there's more visual blockage here. So. Where did you see examples? Yes, please, shout it out.
She had specific expectations and she goals for the students and showed them how to get there.
Great. And so there were examples in terms of engagement where she was very clear on her goals, right? And then and then she also was clear in terms of action and expression with the progress monitoring. She was helping them, and that's executive functioning, figure out where they were towards that goal. And then also with respect to goals, her criteria for success, she also included multiple means of representation, right? So she had visual examples of the goals. She had pictures of what it looks like. She used their vocabulary in terms of meeting those goals and expectations. Now, I always say that when you do a lesson, it's not that you're trying to meet every single one of the UDL guidelines, but using this video, you could probably find an example of every single one of the guidelines. You can see a clear example of how she integrated collaboration and community, right? How they were able to give feedback to one another. Or you can see clear examples of how she had different ways for students to physically respond.
She minimalized distractions, and the learning environment was well organized. It was clear to every student. She had them seated in a way that they can engage with one another, but they had their separate space.
Yes.
And then we talked about how, they heard their peer input, but then she wrote it down on sticky notes and stuck it on their writing, and then later revisited that with them. So there was communication going on many levels there.
Yeah, it was very planned, proactive. Sometimes when we hear UDL, we think, oh, it's a whole bunch of choices and lots of stuff happening. And it doesn't have to there's still a good deal of structure, right? But there were strategic choices that the students were able to engage with. Okay. So was there a question? Oh, I know we're a little bit short on time. 9 to 3 is very short. So usually I have another hour. But we're not going to do that. So just for kind of a takeaway, in your, if you downloaded the slides, this slide goes into more detail. What do we mean by purposeful and motivated in terms of expert learners? What do we mean by resourceful and knowledgeable? What do we mean by strategic and goal-directed? So this is a more detailed definition of developing expert learners. And we could show a whole bunch of videos. We could visit a whole lot of classrooms. But if you go to another Padlet, another separate Padlet, if you go to this Padlet called Looking for UDL, there are videos for different subject areas, different grade levels. It's not pictured here, but there's a whole other section just on using UDL for professional collaboration as well. So you can take a look at these videos and find something that is relevant to you. Now, one slight caveat. A lot of these videos are teaching channel videos, and the teaching channel just changed now it's paid service. So with the teaching channel, you now get 3 free videos. So I'll be showing the same 3 videos in my sessions. With the teaching channel, you get 3 videos, and then otherwise you have to subscribe. You have to subscribe. Some of them, though, are on YouTube. So it just depends on how you want to spend your free videos. So lastly, our last request that Jennifer and I have for you today is to take a moment for a reflection. We call this a stoplight reflection. You can answer 1, 2, or all 3 of the questions. It's up to you. But we want you to take a moment and think about, was there anything today that really stopped your learning? So that we take that very seriously so we can address it and make sure we try to minimize any barriers that you may have present within this learning space. So was there anything that stopped your learning? Is there a question that you are still considering? Now, I recognize that we have not yet gotten to the how. That is okay. If you have a specific how question, though, feel free to ask it. That way we can make sure that we include it in our conversation tomorrow. So is there a question you're still considering, and is there just something that you're excited about? Those always make us feel happy to take a look at those as well. Jot them down on Post-it notes, and on each door, there is a giant stoplight. And you can put what stopped you in the red circle, what questions you have in the yellow circle, and something you're excited about in the green circle. And we will see you tomorrow at 9. So thank you for day 1.